Good morning, everyone. It's Beef Day at the Custer County Fair 2024, and as you see, our first class for the 4-H Beef Show already getting ready to go. Senior showmanship is what is going to get us started. And as we get our stream started, we want to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors. They include Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, the Grocery Cart, the Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto and Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed. And we'll be hearing more about each of those businesses as we work throughout the day. Again, the 4-H Beef Show is what is going to start everything. As you can probably imagine, here in Custer County, plenty of beef to be looking at here today. Beef Showmanship Senior is going to start. We've got 3 groups of senior showmen competing here today. After each of those groups has their top showman pulled out of it, they will come back and compete for champion and reserve champion. When you look at junior showmanship, there are 3 groups there as well. And there are 4 groups of pre-junior showmen, which is always encouraging because that means the future of beef in central Nebraska and Custer County is certainly bright. Then as we work further on into the day, we'll move into market beef. Market heifers will be first. Hereford steers will be next. Red Angus steers third. Simmental steers will be fourth. Charolais steers will be fifth. Crossbred steers will be sixth. And we might as well just look through the whole packet, right? Seventh is going to be Black Angus steers. And then bred and fed steers after that, 8th. And we will wrap up with shorthorn steers. They'll have the overall champion market beef chosen out of all of those groups. Of course, each of the individual groups will also have their respective champion and reserve champion chosen as well. And then we will wrap up by hearing about the champion and rate of gain. And then the market beef division, we will have the club group of 5 market beef happening as well. That's kind of the rundown for the majority of the beginning of the day. So that's going to be happening to start our 4-H beef show today. So should be a good start to the day. We appreciate having you along. And throughout the day, if you would like to cheer on somebody in the chat, you are welcome to do so. Always like reading those messages, seeing where you are listening from or watching from. Of course, if you want to listen to KCNI Pure Country, you can do that by tuning to KCNI1280.com or the free KCNI app, no matter where you are in the world. We have over 100 interviews with 4-H and FFA kids that are going to be playing on KCNI. So you can continue to listen into those. In fact, Dave Burney is over on the other side of the arena. He's got a microphone in hand. He's going to be doing some interviews live during the Get Up and Go breakfast show on KCNI and KBBN today as well to kind of get things started. So plenty of things going on, all of it surrounding beef here as we get started today. And again, we'll kind of get everything dialed in as we continue to work here today. Beef Showmanship Senior is what is going to start us off. Braxton Reinierson, Clayton Barker, Bailey Kristen, Caden Goodman, Carly Bartok, Regan Fleece, Mahia Jones, Emerson Palmer, and Bindi Peters are all going to get us started in Beef Showmanship here very shortly as you see them beginning to gather. They're over on the other side of the ring and they are coming in, so we'll give you a look at that. Again, showmanship is about the relationship between the showman as well as the judge. But then it's also about getting everything to work out correctly for you when you're in the show ring. Basically doing everything you can as a human being to show your animal to the judge. And again, this is Beef Showmanship Senior. This is the first of 3 groups. And we'll kind of go through the same rundown with each group that comes in, certainly for showman, and we'll be introduced to our judge at some point here early on in the day as well, learn a little bit more about him. The judge that we had from yesterday, in yesterday's events, last year, judged a little bit of everything. So we'll kind of see what this judge's style is. Sometimes they have them go about a different routine. He talks to them earlier rather than later. We could see any number of things. So we'll kind of see how that all goes. Again, the judge obviously is looking at how they have prepared their cattle for the show ring as well. That's a big part of showmanship, is the preparation. But also he's moving around to make sure that they are doing their best to show to him their work. So this first group will be very telling as far as what he wants them all to do. He'll have them all loop around. Of course, keeping that show stick high.
First call, Beef Showmanship Senior Group 3. First call, Beef Showmanship Senior Group 3.
Again, this is Group 1 of senior showmanship. Braxton Rynierson, Clayton Barker, Bailey Kristen, Caden Goodman, Carly Bartok, Regan Fleece, Mahia Jones, Emerson Palmer, and Bindi Peters all out there competing. They'll bring them down here to the bottom side and get them all set up. He'll have them bring them to the top of the arena. Again, if you have not been watching our coverage to this point, I'll just kind of fill you in on how our cameras try to adjust things according to the light. They do their very best. As the day goes on, it's going to get brighter around the outside of the arena, which means it's harder for the camera to adjust. So I apologize for some of the times it's going to be bright and some of the times it's going to be pretty dark. The camera is better at adjusting to it than I am at adjusting the camera to it. So apologize for that in advance, but it is tough. That sun starts beating down. Yesterday it was really hard with all the fog. And he's pulled a few competitors across. I don't think our microphone equipment on the other side is turned on yet. I've got to get a hold of Dave. It looks like he's off of the air, so I'll attempt to do that. Otherwise, I will turn on this other microphone so that you can hear the best you can. We'll try to get that other mic on. Okay, so your first group of beef showmen are leaving the show ring, and as is typical with about any judge I've seen over the years, they don't say much. They don't want to give too much of an idea to the other competitors that are going to be showing throughout the day, what they specifically maybe have pet peeves for or what they're looking for. So they stay pretty quiet, but then when they get out here for the champion and reserve champion drive, they kind of let the audience know a little bit more about what they were looking for. So that will bring up our next group of senior beef showmen. This will be Hayden Kristen, Lainey Palmer, Mallory Bartok, Justin Rosentrader, Mace Barron, Camden Coleman, Ava Bodorf, Emma Larson, and Kate Barron. The second of three groups of senior beef showmen. Gives us an opportunity to thank one of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of their surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Goes, they have enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer for bringing you 2024 Custer County Fair coverage.
Please, Emerson Palmer. First call, Beef Showmanship Junior, Group 1.
Apologies for that, folks. Believe we've got our microphone issue worked out, so we'll be able to hear from the judge from here on out. Again, this is Beef Showmanship Senior Group 2. 3 groups of senior showmen. Hayden Kristen, Lainey Palmer, Mallory Bartok, Justin Rosentrader, Mace Barron, Camden Coleman, Ava Bodorf, Emma Larson, and Kate Barron all competing. And you see that sun starting to flow in, and again, more fog. I see across the way at the field, across the road from the Custer County Fairgrounds, more fog rolling in. So we'll see them all led around.
Kelly grew up in Grand Island, was a member of the University of Nebraska Livestock Judging Team. He attended Michigan State University and South Dakota State University, where he coached judging teams and taught animal science classes. He currently serves as the director of the West Central Research and Extension Center for the University of Nebraska in North Platte.
A little bit of information about the judge there for you. He's going to be plenty busy today, especially here early with showmanship happening. as the judge comes through and talks to all of the Group 2 senior showmen, we want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, the Grocery Cart, where they love to help you with all your grocery needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, a high-quality meat department, full-service deli, fresh bakery, and cake decorating. Of course, the GK Wine and Spirit shop at the back, and the health and beauty section, and more at the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow. Thank you as well to, well, our hosts today, the Custer County Ag Society. Take in the Custer County Fair. They encourage you to come out and do so. They also want to let you know that you can go and check out their calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the entire year, the fair and beyond, at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities that are going on, and custercountyfair.org is a great way to learn about activities happening here at the Custer County Fairgrounds. Of course, if you've got an event that you would like to host, they'd love to talk to you about that. Thank you as well to C&M Auto in Anselmo, from routine maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles. C&M Auto has you covered, and they have the latest diagnostics to diagnose your problem. They have competitive rates and offer 24-hour service outside their business hours to serve you best. So if you have an emergency, they are at the ready for you. Again, all the sponsors you see scrolling at the top right-hand part of your page are bringing you coverage from the Custer County Fair 2024 video-wise. Some of them are also involved in radio coverage. We appreciate them for helping out in bringing over 100 interviews to KCNI Pure Country on the radio. Okay, the judge starting to pull a couple of competitors up against the top rail. You see them there. And we'll go ahead and hear from our judge.
Well, another nice class of senior showmen here, and the three that I pulled over here to the north side of the arena will receive purples. As you, much like the last class, just get them set up just a notch better than the other exhibitors we have here on the south side. I made some comments to them, but many of them just could probably just have their calves, and their calves are doing a little better as they get out here longer to keep them a little square and set in line. But a nice set of these exhibitors, and the three that are on this side will come back for your final heat. So give them a round of applause, please.
Okay, and hopefully we hear an announcement on who those three were. Back tags were hard to read that time around. So they'll kind of hang out over in the staging area as everybody else comes out. Time for our third and final group of senior beef showmen. In this group we have Hallie Meyer, Kazan Kaufman-Smith, Jace Rosentrader, Oren Grint, Maggie Peterson, Emmett Palmer, Ashton Bemerwald, Charlie Pandorf, Emmett Grint, and Shaylee Coleman. And here they come.
Group 2 of the Beef Showmanship Senior. Purple went to Addison Stump, Mace Barron, Camden Coleman. Blues went to Justin Rosentrader, Kate Barron, Ava Bodorf, Mallory Bartok, Emma Larson, and Hayden Kristen. Second call, Beef Showmanship Junior Group 1. Second call, Beef Showmanship Junior Group 1. First call, Beef Showmanship Junior Group 2. First call, Beef Showmanship Junior Group 2.
And you're looking at our third and final group of senior showmen, as we're just 31 minutes underway here on day 2 of streaming and competition under covered arena. Good crowd on hand, which is usually the case for Beef Day. Now they'll bring them around and they'll set them up here on the near side rail. Again, this is the third and final group of beef showmanship. Senior, Hallie Meyer, Kazan Kaufman-Smith, Chase Rosentrader, Oren Grint, Maggie Peterson, Emmett Palmer, Ashton Bemerwald, Charlie Pandorf, Emmett Grint, and Shaylee Coleman all competing. Junior showmen starting to get ready over just to the east of the show ring. Again, after this group is done and the purple ribbon recipients are determined here, all of the purple ribbon recipients to this point out of the 3 groups will be brought back in to compete for the champion and reserve champion in senior showmanship. And then we'll do the same thing for junior and pre-junior. And then we'll have a competition for overall showman. And that will wrap up the showmanship section of the Beef Day. Again, the private conversation's a big part of this showmanship side right now. This is the last group, but still some of these judges decide not to say too much out loud because they do still have junior and pre-junior showmanship to come. They don't want to let too much out about what their preferences are and what they prefer to see. All these kids at all levels work extremely hard and have put in a lot of work and practice to be ready. A lot of the judges say, you know, I look at different things at different levels. They're all working on the same things. It's just how well you grasp it at each of these levels. Looks like he's having them go a little bit extra. He's having them move a little bit more. Maybe a little bit tougher decision here in this group. Okay, so he's pulled across, well, let's see, a name that at least a back number that I don't have listed here in the program. Charlie Pandorf is one of them. Bib number 29 was also pulled across. I don't have her number. Kazenkoff and Smith being pulled across. We'll hear from the judge.
Another nice set of senior showmen here, and I think one of the challenges in this class is you have some calves that are just a little tougher to show because skeletally they are just harder to show. They're either a little down-headed, they're a little straighter shouldered, and so some of those exhibitors realize that. I think the 4 here just are a little more attentive to getting their calves set up and a little more aware of where their feet placement are. There's some things a person could work on here and there, tails brushed out, a few of those things, but all in all, I think a nice set of these 4 to bring back, and exhibitors here on the outside of the ring also did a real good job. I mean, some of them calves didn't cooperate as well when they first came into the show ring, but they stuck with it, and those calves got a little more adapted here to the show ring as they went on. But give these kids a round of applause. We'll bring these 4 back for your final heat as senior showmen.
Okay, so again, the first 4 that you are going to see leaving the show ring are the 4 that are coming back. Again, 2 of the 4 bib numbers on their backs do not match what is in the program. So as much as I'd like to guess on who those individuals are, I can only guess, well, say confidently that the numbers match for Kazin Kaufman-Smith and Charlie Pandorf. We'll hear on the announcement of the other 2. So now what we're going to do is have all of the purple ribbon winners from the 3 groups of senior showmen come out and compete for champion and reserve champion.
In Group 3 of Beef Showmanship Senior, purples went to Kazin Kaufman-Smith, Kegan Watoon, Charlie Pandorf, Jalen Young. Blues went to Jace Rosentrader, Emmett Palmer, Hallie Meyer, Shaylee Coleman, Emmett Grint, Ashton Bemerwald, Orrin Grint, Maggie Peterson.
Okay, so there were some names in there that weren't on our program at all. So as often as we can, we'll let you know who they are according to their numbers.
As
when
the
they match.
purples from all 3 senior showmanship groups re-enter the arena, we'd like to thank Arrow Seed Co. for your champion senior showmanship sponsorship. Thank you, Arrow Seed Co.
Again, sometimes you'll notice I keep the camera a little bit low. That's to try to, I know they're all at the top of the screen. That's to try to keep the camera from adjusting to the light that's too high so that you can actually see what's going on. Judges pulling some forward. Judge really has a tough decision here. A lot of kids out there doing a really great job. Again, if you're just joining us, I've seen our numbers have gone up again. If you're just joining us, we've already had the 3 initial groups of senior showmen come out and show. We're now determining a champion and reserve champion senior showman. The judge has got himself a really hard decision to make here. Pulls to the top, Camden Coleman. There are 3 competitors out here that either don't have a name in the program or their back tag does not match what is on the back, and that's unfortunate. I'd like to pass along to you as quickly as I can who the winners are, because you like to be able to see them on the screen when he congratulates them on winning. But we might in this instance have to wait until they're out of the arena and the announcement is made. Four competitors have been pulled to the north of the arena now. And we'll hear from the judge.
So a nice set of senior showmen. We'll make a few comments on them. They're really not in any particular order at this time. We just had the ability to work them and see how they handle them. I think the 5 that are out here on the south side of the arena, as you can see, probably just handle themselves a little better. Their calves cooperate just a little bit better, and they stick with them just a little more from a standpoint of getting them set up. So really commend these 5. They separated themselves just from getting them set up a little bit, a little quicker, and getting them moved around the ring a little more. The young lady's Hereford steer, she does a really good job of getting them set up and handling them. He just isn't a leading type of steer today. The gentleman with the blue roan is a gentleman that just handles himself well, gets the calf set up, maybe just not always like, well, here I am, but always fundamentally gets everything done quite well. The lady with the Hereford heifer methodically gets everything done quite well. I'd probably like to just see how you know, this is, we have to use our ring in accordance with everybody that's around us. So while sometimes in showmanship we need to say that we leave enough room, but there also is the ability that you need to use the space that's given to you to the best of your ability so that everybody has that look. And so I think at times you could probably pull up in line a little bit better and help the exhibitors ahead of you a little more. The gentleman with this Angus heifer also does a very good job. She's presented quite well. At times maybe pulls her out just a little bit more than maybe is need to, but she gets her set up quite well. This young lady with the steer at first in your heat didn't cooperate quite as well, but he's doing quite well with you now in getting him set up. And then the young lady that has the big steer here, also a steer that came in and has just consistently done very well, and I commend you to sticking with him. Maybe just feet and legs could be a little bit better. But a nice set of senior showmen that we had out here. It's been fun working with them. The young gentleman with the Angus heifer will be your champion showman, and the gentleman with the blue roan will be your reserve. So congratulations.
And apologize for that mic cutting out. It's doing that in the arena for him as well. I think he's just kind of early in the day talking into that mic plenty loud, so it's just kind of topping out. And hopefully you were able to understand what he was passing along there, but we'll get some names for you of the champion and reserve. Let's see if I can. Braxton Reinierson was the champion. And the reserve, I believe I know that young man's name. Those back bibs bunch up on you and you can't see what the numbers are. Believe that was Mace Barron. We'll hear confirmation of that shortly.
Champion senior showman went to Braxton Reinierson. Reserve champion senior showman went to Mace Barron.
So that'll bring us to junior showmanship. Plenty of junior and pre-junior showmen. Obviously very exciting for the beef industry here in central Nebraska in general. Going to be seeing three very large groups here. Reagan Babcock, Blake Slocum, Terrell Pelster, Brecken Reinierson, Brexton Ostrand, Quinn Rosentrader, Callie Nelson, Quade Smith, Emma Stahlbaumer, Allie Smith, and Brennan Barron, all in this first group of junior showmanship as you see them coming into the arena on your screen there. While we have a moment, while the judge is taking a first look at this first group of junior showmen, I want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Thank you as well to Healing Hearts and Families. They work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall. I talked to them last night under the grandstands ahead of the bull riding. They were doing their thing, spreading their information. Had the wonderful opportunity to deliver them a dilly bar or two. Had fun doing that last night. Hopefully you folks enjoyed the free pit barbecue. It was absolutely delicious. Also really enjoyed the bull riding. Another great show again this year. Thanks for your comment, Lori. Lori said thank you for this. We enjoyed doing it, Lori. We love hearing from people that tell us, oh, we were watching that from states away. I was able to watch my grandkid. I wasn't able to make it to the fair this year, but I was able to watch them do what they love. That's what it's all about. Whether it's for 50 people or for 450 people, we've streamed to all kinds of different audiences. We just know that no matter what those numbers are there on the screen, there's people out there that are watching it and being able to see their loved one compete. And that's what it's all about. So thanks for tuning in. This is kind of just the beginning of lots of different things coming up this next couple of weeks. Of course, after we're done at the Custer County Fair, we have a short turnaround, and we start next Thursday broadcasting from the Sand Hills Open Road Challenge races. First is the loop-to-loop starting from Halsey. And then the shootout on the Cozad-Callaway Road is day 2 on Friday. Then on Saturday, it's the Sork race itself, and we do a full radio and video production for each of those broadcasts. So would love to have you tune in for those and have you along. Again, this is Group 1 of Junior Showmanship. So the judge is going to start going around and talking to everybody. We'll remind you who's out there competing. Reagan Babcock, Blake Slocum, Trell Pelster, Brecken Reinierson, Brexton Ostran, Quinn Rosentrader, Callie Nelson, Quade Smith, Emma Stahlbaumer, Allie Smith, and Brennan Barron. Talking to Quade Smith right now. Right there in the center of your screen is Brexton Ostran. Judge just got done talking to Brecken Reinerson. Now is talking to Brennan Barron. Allie Smith on the left side of your screen will be talked to next. Reagan Babcock up next. Judge going to the last two competitors here in this first group of junior showmen. Judge has started pulling some of the competitors up towards the north side. He's pulled forward Brexton Ostrand. Try to get the name of the other young lady that is up there. Believe that's Emma Stahlbaumer. Brecken Reinerson being brought forward on the far top right of your screen. Try to get the young lady's name next to him. Those are the 4 that have been pulled up there so far. He's pulled Allie Smith up as well. That usually indicates those would be the purple ribbon recipients.
Pretty competitive group because there's some kids here as they pull around, did a good job, handled their calves well, but just some subtle differences that sort them from these group here of these 5. And some of these 5 that I have, you know, the cattle could have acted just a notch better, could have stood in line a little better, but I think the exhibitors did well. Their calves are presented well, and they just would you know, we'll give them another chance here to come back. So give these kids a round of applause. The 5 here on the north side of the ring will bring back.
And that was just the first group of juniors, so already 5 are going to be coming back for that championship drive. So it could stand to be pretty full in here. And that just speaks to the quality that he saw out of this group right here. So they will all receive purples and come back to try to become champions or a reserve champion. Again, the 4 names I had with Brecken Reinerson, Brexton Ostrand, Emma Stahlbaumer, and Allie Smith. We'll try to get that last name for you when it is announced. It's the one I missed. If they've got, I'm getting pretty good at being able to grab those bib numbers at any given time that they turn their back toward me in the arena at all. That she just was not turning her back. And early on in the day, I learned the kids throughout the day. But early on in the day, I don't like to guess. I want to make sure to bring you the right information. So we'll wait for that announcement to be made. I want to take this moment to thank A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, the trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across our area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them. At A1 Auto Repair, proud sponsors of 2024 Custer County Fair coverage. Thank you as well to our friends at Sargent Irrigation with 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa. They are proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They are proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair. You see Group 2 of beef showmanship for juniors getting ready there. I'll announce their names here shortly as they come into the show ring, and we'll get a shot of them coming into the show ring. We'll also hear the announcement confirming those 5 recipients of purple right now.
In Group 1 of Junior Showmen, purples went to Allie Smith, Brecken Reinerson, Callie Nelson, Brexton Ostrand, and Emma Stahlbaumer. Blues went to Reagan Babcock, Brennan Barron, Quade Smith, Trell Pelster, Quinn Rosentrader, and Blake Slocum.
Okay, so there you go. The name I was missing was Callie Nelson. So coming back for the champion drive is Callie Nelson, Brexton Ostrand, Brecken Reinerson, Emma Stahlbaumer, and Allie Smith. Now out there, second group of junior showmen would be Traven Larson, Delaney Wyman, Paisley Setta, Bree Blowers, Rayleigh Bachman, Ava Loy, Mesa Jones, Jack Bartok, Peyton Daly, Keely Pelster, and Caden Miller. Again, just the second of 3 groups of junior showmen. Again, later on today, there are 4 groups of pre-junior showmen. So a really good showmanship show here for you today to start off the beef show for the 2024 Custer County Fair. Again, we were live yesterday for a little over 8.5 hours. If you want to watch the replay of that broadcast or any broadcast that we have here on Sandhills Express, it is available to you by going to our Sandhills Express Facebook or YouTube page. Invite you to swing over there to check it out, or if you know a competitor and you want them to be able to watch back what's going on, let them know. Again, this is group 2 of 3 of junior showmen. If you're just joining us, champion senior showman was Braxton Reinerson. Reserve champion was Mace Barron. We'll determine a champion and a reserve champion in junior and pre-junior. And then all 6 of them will compete to determine an overall showman and overall reserve showman. I believe that's Caden Miller that the judge is talking to right now. Bree Blowers. Peyton Daly. Now there's 11 names listed on the program, but 10 kids out there. Talking to Keely Pelster there now. Now Rayleigh Bachman. And then Traven Larson is there on the left-hand side of your screen. Mesa Jones being pulled up to the north side. To this point is indicated being awarded a purple and being asked back for the champion drive. Rayleigh Bachman being called forward. As is Peyton Daly.
Three out of this group, a little bit of variation in here relative to some of the kids that need to answer some of their questions, but it really three individuals here answered their questions well, got the calves set up, had their feet and legs really in an area that they needed to be. But give these three, as well as those that got blue ribbons here on the south side of the ring, a round of applause.
Okay, so there you have it. Your three leaving the show ring first will be your purple ribbon winners. That would be Rayleigh Bachman, Mesa Jones, and Peyton Daly. Receiving blues, Traven Larson, Delaney Wyman, Paisley Setta, Bree Blowers, Jack Bartok, Keely Pelster, and Caden Miller. That'll bring us to our final group of junior showmanship. Involved in that, Jack Barron, Casey Nelson, Mia Copley, Taylon Tobias, Colt Christensen, Catherine Phelps, Haley Coleman, Jenna Bartok, Easton Sponel, Tripp Oxford, and Addison Dalrymple. And again, they're over in the waiting area. They'll be coming in here shortly. We'll give you a shot of them as they enter the show ring. Right now, giving you a look at everyone from this second group of junior showmen to leave. With our remote camera across the way, our wireless camera. Again, here comes group three, our third and final group of junior showmen. Jack Barron, Casey Nelson, Mia Copley, Taylon Tobias, Colt Christensen, Catherine Phelps, Haley Coleman, Jenna Bartok, Easton Sponel, Tripp Oxford, and Addison Dalrymple. And again, we've got 11 listed in the program here, but only 10 appearing. Believe Catherine Phelps is wearing a different numbered bib than what is listed in the program. And I don't think I saw Colt Christensen come out when I was looking at the numbers as they were coming out. Again, a big thank you to all of the sponsors you see scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. Purple, blue, and red ribbon sponsors can be rotating up there. If they are up there in the corner, they have supported all 4 days of video streaming here at the Custer County Fair 2024, and we thank them so much for that. Their sponsorship has got a lot of people that are watching friends and family compete from all over the United States, and we've even had folks watching from overseas in past years that we've done this. Their sponsorship makes those folks happy to be able to tune into this, so thank you. While we're on that subject, let's thank another of our purple ribbon sponsors, Custer Public Power District, keeping your light shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power. That is huge, folks. We're very fortunate to be served by public power. Custer Public Power, proudly serving the Custer County community, locally owned and governed by you. Thank you as well to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Right now, land is moving at a high rate of speed, so if you are considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact John Farley with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out lashleyland.com. Addison Dalrymple there, just walking off of your screen. Right behind her, Catherine Phelps. If I kind of closed everything out right, she's wearing 42, but it's listed as 171 in the group, but she's the only odd one out. Taylin Tobias was next. Just coming off your screen, Haley Coleman. And then Mia Copley. Jenna Bartok. Those two got switched around. I believe that's Easton Sponel he's talking to right now. That's actually Easton Sponel. That first young man, I don't believe I had the number for, or they got switched around in order since they came into the ring. That's what throws me off. I catch their bib numbers when they first come into the ring, and if they switch after that, all bets are off until I can see that number again. again, later in the day, I'll start to become more familiar with these kids again. Judge now talking to Trip Oxford. And now Mia Copley. Addison Dalrymple and then Casey Nelson, the last to be talked to by the judge here in our final group of junior showmen. Ten out there, 11 listed in our program. Now we've come to the part where we will see the judge give one more look, and then he'll start pulling people to the north side of the show ring, indicating they have received a purple. Casey Nelson, Addison Dalrymple, both pulled forward. One other young lady, I believe, was Talon Tobias. I want to make sure to confirm that, though. She ran up there having one back tag be misnumbered, and then being down one person kind of throws two loops into it for me. So and we'll hear from the judge.
And we'll do 4 purples with the exhibitors off to the north side of the arena. And you can see just probably handle themselves just a little better. Calves get set up just a notch better. Enjoyed visiting with some of the kids here that will leave in the purple ribbon group relative to some of the challenges they've had with their calves or maybe getting them set up. But it's a very good group, very knowledgeable. Just a group here that gets them set up a little square and straighter at all times. So congratulations to this group. Please give them a round of applause.
Okay, so they will leave the show ring. And then we will bring in everybody that received a purple from the previous 2 groups. And they will all compete for the champion and reserve champion. So some of the names that are going to be out there: Brecken Reinerson, Brexton Ostran, Callie Nelson, Emma Stahlbaumer, Allie Smith, Rayleigh Bachman, Mesa Jones, Peyton Daly, Casey Nelson, Addison Dalrymple, and then 2 others from that final group that I did not catch the back tag or name of. They had not turned their cattle around since I saw their back tag, and having that one misnumbered back tag really throws things off. But we'll see them all come into the show ring here shortly, as you see there. And here they come.
Mia Copley, Talon Tobias, Addison Dalrymple, Casey Nelson. Blues went to Jack Barron, Easton Sponel, Trip Oxford, Jenna Bartok, Hallie Coleman, and McKenna Weinman. With all of our
Okay, so we've got 11 competitors out there. 5 from the first group, 3 from the second group, and 3 from the third group that are all out there right now competing for champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship. I'll give you a little left to right rundown of who is there. Callie Nelson there, turning her entry around open. Then coming in 12th is Mia Copley. So we've got 12 out there. She was the one I was missing from before. So coming up onto your screen right there is Callie Nelson. Just to the right of her, Emma Stahlbaumer. Third from the left is Rayleigh Bachman. And then on down the line, Allie Smith, Brecken Reinerson, Brexton Ostrand, Mesa Jones, Peyton Daly, Addison Dalrymple, Casey Nelson, Taylin Tobias, and Mia Copley as we work all the way across here. And they've got them moving around already. Another great crowd on hand here today. Again, right now we are determining our champion and reserve champion in junior showmanship. So kind of the opposite of what they do in each group, the judge will pull aside those kind of move everyone around here and kind of does the opposite, and then we'll name his champion and reserve champion out of those groups after. Emma Stahlbomber, he's moved up into the north side of the ring. And now Allie Smith. Give you a view of those two. They're right up there at the top of the screen. Also pulled up Mesa Jones. I believe that was Callie Nelson that is up there at the top as well. Try to read her back tag. She's got long hair. It's kind of hard to read that back tag sometimes, so we'll hope she turns around so we get a better look at that. So that leaves, by the time we pulled all of them forward, that leaves 4 down here at the bottom, which would be Mia Copley, Addison, well, let's see here. Brexton Ostrand, Peyton Daly, and one other one I was looking for. We've kind of got them all in line now. We'll hear from the judge. I'm going to bring them all back around. It kind of just did some reordering, basically, is what he did. So we'll kind of swing around and show you everybody as they come around in this new order that he has set. Again, I'm venturing to guess he would tell you order doesn't mean so much until he names his champion and reserve. But right now, Emma Stahlbomber, Allie Smith, and then you saw Mesa Jones go by on your screen. The back tag I can't see due to long hair. Tough decision here for the judge again. It always is when you get down to this champion and reserve champion determination. now moving around Mia Copley and also Rayleigh Bachman up to the north side. Now he'll typically, what he did with the first group was choose his champion and reserve out of the ones that he leaves along this south edge here. Also being pulled up to the north, coming onto your screen there, was Peyton Daly. And then also following in, Addison Dalrymple. Allie Smith being pulled forward. Coming up there onto your screen at the top. That leaves 7 down here along the south. Now brings forward Taylon Tobias. That leaves us with 6. Still with 6 down here along the south edge. Again, we'll hear who our champion and reserve champion are here shortly. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks out of this 6. And yeah, he's asking for the microphone. So we'll roll right into it here and see who our champion and reserve champion in juniors is.
A really good showman that come out of your junior division, and as we get them out here working, the cattle just a little tired, or you get a little bit of a little maybe more movement, a little more circling than than what's ideal. And then you think about in class where they set themselves up here, you weigh all those things in your mind and how they come through. The young lady with Hereford steer is pretty consistent throughout her heat, and then out here, that steer a couple times didn't lead as well, but just stands really well and gets it set up. The young lady with the Angus heifer, much the same. The heifer does cooperate out here. She gets her set up very well, answered her questions well. The young lady with the Baldy steer is one that steer tends to just move a little around on her. Maybe could pull up in line just a notch better at times. A young lady with a gray steer consistently does a good job. He's a little warmer out here as we get him in the final heat, but she gets him placed and had some situations she had to work through with cattle moving around, and she handled that quite well. The Angus heifer here could lead just a notch better for you at times, but you do a good job staying patient and sticking with her, and she, even being for a little bit of a pain early on, you got her sort of gathered up and very presentable as we've gone here towards the end. And then the gentleman with the Baldy steer just consistently does a really good job, and especially in class, the steer maybe isn't just cooperating quite as well as what we would like to see him or what he did in class. So a very nice set of exhibitors in this. A very nice set of exhibitors in this junior showman. And I apologize, not the right space.
Sounds like we had a mic die there, so they're going to bring him a new microphone. Saw them putting batteries in that one, so they're going to bring it over to him.
Yeah, so this is a very good set. I think very close, really, to your top three. And I'll pull. You get awards for your top two, but I'm gonna pull out three. So your champion showman will be the young lady with the gray steer. Congratulations. Your reserve will be the young lady with the Hereford steer. Congratulations to you. And your third will be your young lady with Angus. So congratulations to all of you out here, but special congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Okay, so your reserve champion is Emma Stahlbaumer.
Good job.
Thank you.
And I believe that was Mesa Jones that was named. Oh, let's see. It was the young lady with the back tag that's covered by her hair. I'm going to recognize her the whole rest of the day. I'll get her number figured out and reported to you correctly. Let's see here. 3. Okay, that's right. It was the gray steer. Casey Nelson is your champion. And then Mesa Jones was the one that he named as third place. You'll see the judges do that every now and then. They feel it's important to name a third place because it was so close. But Casey Nelson is your champion in junior showmanship. Reserve champion in junior showmanship is Emma Stahlbaumer, and Mesa Jones came in third. And we'll hear that confirmed because always like confirmation. Just to make sure I got it right. That will be the official word. What I delivered to you just now was unofficial. Thank you to Moline Seed and Fence, serving farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit farmers and ranchers. Their motto is simple. We operate out of our ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781 for Moline Seed and Fence. As we're seeing our first group of pre-junior showmen come out now. First 5 out in order: James Barron, Kason Christensen, Rex Grint, Weston Delaney, and Ruby Bartok. Just going off of your screen there was Cordell Christian and Burt
in your
Blakeman.
2024 Beef Showmanship Junior class. Champion Junior Showman went to Casey Nelson. Reserve Champion Junior Showmanship went to Emma Stahlbaumer.
Okay, so we heard confirmed there what we passed along. Casey Nelson is the champion in junior showmanship. Emma Stahlbaumer is the reserve champion. Remy Dexter, scratch in this group currently, based on what I'm seeing out there. So kind of got some moving and shaking around of the order there, but kind of give you the left to right here as they came into the arena. Might have seen a shift there a little bit ago, but I don't think so. James Barron, Kason Christensen, Rex Grint, Weston Delaney, Ruby Bartok, Cordell Kristen, and Burke Blakeman. Left to right here as you look at them on your screen. Again, this is your first group of pre-junior beef showmanship. Again, 4 groups of pre-junior showmanship ahead of us today. Lunch being announced as being taken after the second group of market heifers. So we've got 4 groups of pre-junior showmanship. And then we'll have just both groups of market heifers, as there are 2 different groups. And then they will have lunch. And then in the afternoon, we've got Hereford steers, Red Angus steers, Simmental steers, Charolais steers, all kicking things off. So that's a rundown there. All these kids are working hard to stay in as close a order as they came in at. Again, this is pre-junior showmanship. Judge talking to Ruby Bartok there. Now talking to Burke Blakeman. Weston Delaney will be next. Thank you to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo are your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. We appreciate them supporting coverage of the 2024 Custer County Fair. I believe that's Kason Christensen he's talking to right now. And James Barron on the left side of your screen there will be talked to by the judge last. All these kids are doing a great job. I haven't really had anyone had to reposition all that much.
Nice set of juniors here. Quite a few first-year exhibitors, so it was fun to visit with them about their projects and what they have planned for the future. And that's what's so integral about this 4-H program is the number of juniors we keep coming in and the plans they have for the future. But I think 2 exhibitors here on the north side of the ring as they go out. We can give all of them a round of applause, but just kids that handle themselves a little better in their calves. But a nice set of junior exhibitors.
Okay, so those first 2 that you'll see going out are the purple ribbon winners here in the first of 4 groups of pre-juniors. That would be James Barron and Kason Christensen, representing Middle Loop 4-H Club and Ansley Junior Livestock, respectively. So that brings us to the end of Group 1 and sets us up for Group number 2. In Group number 2, that will be coming in here after Group 1 exits, will be McCamry Jones, Parker Miller, Avery Ostrand, Casey Pelster, Lucy Peterson, Otto Petrick, and Elliot Sponel.
In Group 1 of Beef Showmanship Pre-Junior, purples went to Burke Blakeman, James Barron. Blues went to Cordell Kristen, Ruby Bartok, Weston Delaney, Rex Grint, and Kason Christensen. As Group 2 of the junior or pre-junior.
Okay, so Group 2, you just saw come on to the show ring. They're getting everything figured out and lining up there on the top part of the show ring. All right, we kind of got we got cattle going everywhere in here, so I'm trying to keep them in order so that I can call out the names of those who receive purple as they are awarded. But they're really stacking up on each other here. Going a little too far forward at times. But all these pre-juniors doing a great job out here. We're kind of helter-skelter about any time we move. So I'll try to do my best to report them to you accurately when he names off the purple ribbon winners. We do have one back tag that's the incorrect number, and you folks all know how that goes for me when we have a back tag with the wrong number. Judge talking to Elliot Sponel. Avery Ostrand getting back in line there on the right side of your screen. He's going to go over and talk to her. Parker Miller on the left-hand side of your screen. Would venture to guess the judge will go over to him next. We actually don't have a misnumbered back tag. There's actually one extra competitor out here in the pre-junior group 2 than we have listed. So that's the main issue we're running into here with this group. Have everyone else nailed down, though, so I should be able to pass those along to you when we hear who our purple ribbon winners are. Name pulled up to the top, Avery Ostrand, the mystery back tag number young man, as well as McCamry Jones. And we'll hear from the judge here.
Well, we'll keep the two Herefords here, as well as the gentleman with the black steer. And the exhibitors here on this side, we talked a little bit of just about getting them set up, how they set them up, and how they handle their halter and how they handle their show stick. So we'll give them all a round of applause, and we look forward to having them come back here in some of these market classes later.
Okay, so Avery Ostrand and McCamry Jones will be coming back later to compete for champion and reserve champion in pre-junior showmanship, and I'll try to get the name when they announce it of the other young man that was out there whose back tag I do not have a name next to, as he doesn't appear with this group in the program. Again, our third of four groups is coming up next for pre-junior showmanship. William Delaney, Elizabeth Phelps, Heston Scott, Olivia Ostrand, Macy Setta, Taryn Blakeman, Cade Smith, and Hudson Vara, excuse me. All waiting to come into the show ring after this group of pre-juniors moves forward. Already 2.5 hours into the day, and we have completed the senior and junior showmanship portions. Pre-junior going on right now, obviously, and then we will have our overall showman determined before we move on to the beginning of market beef, which we will have the first couple of groups of, and then they will take a break for lunch. And here comes that next group. So as you take a look at them, left to right on your screen, Olivia Ostrand, Elizabeth Phelps, William Delaney, Hudson Vara, Heston Scott, Cade Smith, Macy Seta, and Taryn Blakeman.
In Group 2 of Beef Showmanship Pre-Junior, purples went to Avery Ostrand, McCamry Jones, Colt Christensen. Blues went to Elliot Sponel, Parker Miller, Lucy Peterson, KZ Pelster, Otto Petrick, Second call, Beef Showmanship Pre-Junior Group 4. Second call, Beef Showmanship Pre-Junior Group 4. As a reminder, we will take a lunch break after the market heifers weighing 1,258 pounds to 1,582 pounds. During our lunch break, we will announce the winners of the carcass contest.
Judge there starting at the back of the group with, I believe that's Taryn Blakeman. I'm talking to Macy Seta. They're at the just right of the center part of your screen. Talking to Cade Smith. and Heston Scott. Hudson Vara being spoken to now by the judge. Of course, the interview portion is a large part of what goes on with showmanship. William Delaney now. Elizabeth Phelps. And now Olivia Ostrand. And we'll see who gets pulled forward here as a purple ribbon recipient. Again, this is our second to last group of pre-junior showmanship. See Olivia Ostrand being pulled up there, as well as Taryn Blakeman. Cade Smith headed up to the north part of the show ring as well, and we'll hear from the judge.
Another nice set of junior exhibitors, quite a few first-year showmen in this group, and it was fun visiting with them about their projects. We have three here who just do a little better job getting their feet placed, heads up, a little more presence and idea just where they need to be in the ring. But give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
So the three that will be coming back to compete for champion and reserve champion in pre-junior showmanship out of Group 3, Olivia Ostrand, Taryn Blakeman, and Cade Smith. They join Avery Ostrand, McCamry Jones, Kaysen Christensen, and James Barron in that championship drive. That will bring us to Group 4, Sonny Joe Spanel, Judd Sterner, Kyler Tate, Charlie Tobias, Evelyn Vara, Kirby Vider, Ruby Slocum, and Quinley Weinman. All a part of that 8-competitor Group 4 coming your direction here shortly.
Purples went to Cade Smith, Taryn Blakeman, Olivia Ostrand. Blues went to Macy Setta, Heston Scott, Hudson Vera, William Delaney, and Elizabeth Phelps. First call, market heifers, 1,082 pounds to 1,228 pounds. First call, market heifers, 1,082 pounds to 1,228 pounds. We'd like to make an announcement. Would all champion and reserve from each class please make their way back to the Custer County Farm Bureau Federation Arena? Again, would all champion and reserve champion from each class of showmen make their way back to the Custer County Farm Bureau Federation Arena?
Okay, so the judge now going, and you heard the announcement there. That means, because this is the last group of the pre-juniors, so they're just kind of getting everybody ready for that overall champion drive. Judge going through and talking to a few of the kids. Judge Sterner being talked to right now. Judge doing a good job here in the pre-junior, giving these kids some tips. Sonny Joe Spanel being spoken to right now, getting some tips. They're on the right-hand side of your screen, Kyler Tate with the judge. Judge going back over and talking to Kirby Vider. Now going to go over and talk to Quinley Weinman. There in the middle of your screen. Quinley Wyman put up on the north side of the show ring, as is Charlie Tobias. And Judd Sterner also being pulled to the north side of the ring. And we'll hear from the judge now.
Nice set of junior exhibitors here. We'll pull these three back, and I was able to visit with these here. about keeping their calves in line, getting them set. Some of them did an excellent job in making some progress on how they're getting it done. So it'll be nice to see them come back this afternoon or tomorrow. So give them, all these kids, a round of applause.
Okay, so again, out of that group, it's Judd Sterner, Charlie Tobias, and Quinley Weinman, who will all be coming back. Give you the rundown of all of the names coming back to compete for champion in pre-junior showmanship and reserve champion in pre-junior showmanship here in a moment, but we'll let this fourth group head on out of the show ring at the moment. Okay, so here comes the champion drive. We'll give you the names here. James Barron, first one out. Well, I was going to try to give you the names. They're all kind of turning their back towards me here a little bit, so I'll give you the rundown here in a second.
Purples went to Judd Sterner, Charlie Tobias, Quinley Weinman. Blues went to Evelyn Vera, Ruby Slocum, Sonny Joe Sponel, Kyler Tate, Kirby Vitter.
Okay, so this is your championship drive of beef showmanship pre-junior. I'll give everyone an order here left to right on your screen as they enter the arena. James Barron, Cade Smith, coming in third was McCamry Jones. And then Colt Christensen, Avery Ostrand, Olivia Ostrand. See if I can find these last couple of names for you here. Lots of numbers to sort through, lots of pre-juniors that are out there. Judd Sterner was next. Charlie Tobias. Quinley Wyman. Burke Blakeman, and last one that came out there was Taryn Blakeman. Again, the judge obviously has talked to all these kids. He's kind of thinking back on those early rounds as well in his considerations here. Looks to be a pretty tough decision for him here from my very low knowledge on the subject, but it looks like all these kids are doing a really great job. Now we'll see kind of what he does, what he's done in the past. He'll kind of put his top selections in an order. Along the top rail, and then have them come on around. And then he'll start pulling some aside, and those along the south side towards the end of the area that you are watching from, the camera is positioned at. That's where he'll name his champion and reserve champion. Already had two young ladies pulled to the top area. So he's got one. Typically, the way he's been doing this is these ones along the south rail here is where he'll choose his champion and his reserve champion. So he's just trying to make those final determinations now. Bringing Olivia Ostran back to the front of this line over here along the south side of the show ring. And again, you can't see it, it's off screen, but all of the champions and reserve champions from all of the previous groups, junior and senior, are lining up out there. They'll compete against the reserve champion and champion here in pre-junior to determine our overall and overall reserve beef showman. Kind of a different layout here than we've seen so far today. We'll hear from the judge and see what the determination here is.
Well, a very good set of exhibitors, and we pulled out 6 here to work them, and they all did an excellent job. The young gentleman with the roan that's pulling up there, just like to have him set them just a little quicker and up on his fronts, and the gentleman with this red marked steer, it's a little bit of the same, but they really know what they're doing, and they handle them well. And the exhibitors on the south side, just a few tips, and I talked to them, and cattle aren't cooperating maybe as well, but they did an excellent job. The gentleman with this black steer, it's a big black steer, it's hard to get his rear feet set, but he does what he knows he needs to do, and I like that about him. Exceptional showman. The young lady with the Hereford steer here, also the same, and as she's gone throughout the day, always where she needs to be. And then your 2 showmen here, both exceptional showmen, and appreciate both of them about them. If you watch them, they sort of know where they are, they back them in, they watch their legs, they walk them into it, and so both very good, both very close. I'm going to leave them as they stand, the young lady with the steer and then the young lady with the heifer champion in reserve, so congratulations.
Okay, so your reserve champion, I believe that was McCamry Jones. And I believe Olivia Ostran is the champion. See that big grin on her face as she leaves the show ring. Those names, of course, unofficial. We'll hear the official word once they get the ribbons announced. We might hear that now, or we might hear a call for our overall grand champion beef showman rundown.
Champion pre-junior showman went to Olivia Ostrand. Reserve champion pre-junior showman went to McCamry Jones.
Okay, so we heard that confirmed. Congratulations to Olivia and McCamry. And congratulations to all of the kids out here competing today. Everyone doing a really, really great job. So now it's time for our overall beef showman determination. This is really fun to see all these kids at different levels compete against each other. Okay, so now we're seeing our drive for overall. We'll let everyone get in here and then we'll kind of give you the rundown of all the orders. They have the champions typically come in first. Okay, so we've got Braxton Reinierson. Coming in into the show ring second. You saw Casey Nelson. And then Olivia Ostrand came in. She just won champion in pre-junior showmanship. And then your three reserve champions. Mace Barron. Emma Stahlbaumer. And McCamry Jones. Again, we are trying to determine an overall grand champion and an overall reserve champion in beef showmanship. And we're going to hop right into market beef. We'll just have two groups of that, and then they said they'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Want to again thank Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow. They thank everyone for their business at all of their surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Won't Goes, they've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Speaking of serving you, the grocery cart does that. And they are ready to help you with all of your grocery needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, high-quality meat department, a full-service deli, a fresh bakery with cake decorating, GK Wine and Spirit Shop, and also a health and beauty section and more. All at the grocery cart, East Highway 2, Broken Bow. Judge talking to Braxton Reinierson. Thank you to C&M Auto in Anselmo. From routine auto maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles, C&M Auto has you covered, and they have the latest diagnostics to diagnose the problem. It's what you want. You want to figure out the problem. Get your car back on the road. They have competitive rates, and they even have 24-hour service outside of their business hours to serve you best in the event of an emergency. That's C&M Auto in Anselmo, bringing you coverage from the Custer County Fair 2024. Thank you as well to Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918 with convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow. They have your financial service needs covered. So stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Okay, we'll hear from the judge. Here we go. Time to pick an overall and overall reserve champion.
Well, nice. It's good. Every county has the unique things about the county, and I suspect this is unique to Custer County to bring your top exhibitors out to compete for an overall beef showman, which is exceptional. And I very much appreciate that about them. And you get a chance, and hopefully kids in the barn get a chance to come back and see these six and how they do it. There is just a nice demeanor and calmness about them, but there is a focus on animal first and getting them set. So I appreciate that by the work and the efforts they put at home. So just subtle differences are going to be, and when you get into showmanship, yeah, there's fundamental things you do, but then there's things that you have to do to make sure that your animal looks the best, where it needs to be, and sets it out. And I think these exhibitors, as I visited with them about that, understand that and they grasp that. I would just say to the parents around, there's just a few things we could do to help some of these exhibitors, and you just got to get halters a little closer to the eye than the closer to the nose. I mean, the closer to the eye, when you adjust it, it can be a little tighter and they get a little more control. And I usually carry a pocket knife and I knock off a lot of leads, and then I'm a small guy, and when a 6'4", 280-pound guy says, "Don't cut off my lead," I just left the pocket knife in the truck. But we got to shorten up leads too, right? Just make sure they get them. So just some fundamental things that help kids. But it's fun doing your showmanship. Excellent exhibitors, very close here. I'll use your senior showman for champion and your junior showman for reserve. So congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Okay, so that would mean Braxton Reinierson is your overall grand champion beef showman. And your reserve is going to be the champion junior showman. That would be Casey Nelson. So congratulations to those two. Braxton Reinierson and Casey Nelson, your overall grand champion and overall reserve champion in beef showmanship. That brings us to our next event, which is going to be market heifers, 1,082 to 1,228 pounds. We'll see them coming in here shortly, actually right about now. So we'll give you a look at that. Everybody all in order here, left to right on your screen. Trip Oxford, Justin Rosentrader, Jack Barron, Brennan Barron, and Atlee Cook. Again, we'll have this group and one other group, and then we'll determine a champion market heifer and reserve market heifer before that 30-minute lunch break. Everything running really smoothly as it normally does here at the Custer County Fair Beef Show, 4-H Beef Show. Takes a lot of volunteers and a lot of hard work. It's gone off without a hitch so far. We're through the showmanship portion of the 4-H Beef Show, and now we get into the market side of things. Again, attention doesn't turn completely off of the showmanship side of things because that could be the tiebreaker when you're looking at two exceptional cattle. But it comes a little bit more about the entry itself rather than the showman when it comes down to these market classes. Again, out there right now, market heifers 1,082 to 1,228 pounds. Trip Oxford, Justin Rosentrader, Jack Barron, Brennan Barron, and Atlee Cook.
like in your first class of market heifers, I think the decision lies between just the market readiness between the black heifer and the roan heifer. As you handle them, there's just a little more hip in the roan heifer, but and a little more look and style to her. But she's just a little harsher over her rib, doesn't have as much condition to her. Plus, she's just a little slopes from hooks to pins, maybe than a little more ideal. But she is a big bone stout heifer that catches your eye right away. The black heifer I like to start with equally has just as much muscle when you get your hands on her, down her top and over her loin edge. She is just maybe a little plainer in her type, a little finer bone, but from a heifer standpoint or carcass or market readiness, I felt she fit that just a notch better than the roan heifer, but two excellent heifers. The other market ready heifer in here is the heifer in third. She's just a little plainer, a little narrower made, not as much muscle as the two heifers that go ahead of her. And then we have the gentleman's red heifer is one that you can see has some muscle to her, nice made, straight lined. He did a great job of picking one out that fits those, but she's just a little bare over her ribs. You can see those. You'd like to see her have a little more condition. And likewise, the young lady with the black heifer that ends up fifth in this class is one that you'd like to just see be a little smoother in her degree of condition, just a little more ribbon body to her, but three nice heifers that fit in that purple ribbon category, and two others we just like to see have a little more condition.
Okay, so out of that first group, receiving purples in this order would be Jack Barron, Trip Oxford, and then Brennan Barron, and then Justin Rosentrader and Atlee Cook receiving blue ribbons. Coming in shortly, our next group of market heifers, 1,258 to 1,582 pounds this time. Taylon Tobias, Kate Barron, Charlie Tobias, Allie Smith, Delaney Wyman, and Charlie Pandorf, all coming in here shortly. This will be our final group that we see before we go to a lunch break. Obviously, the purples from each of the two groups will have to come back in so that we can determine a champion and reserve before that takes place. Taylon Tobias, and then you see Kate Barron come in next. Charlie Tobias next. Allie Smith behind her. Then Delaney Wyman and Charlie Pandorf to round out the group. And they'll retain that order as they go right up there to the top of the show ring. Market beef, what we're looking at. Second group of market heifers. Again, purples in the last group went to Trip Oxford, Jack Barron, and Brennan Barron. We'll determine purples in this group on your screen, and then we'll crown a champion market heifer and reserve market heifer before we head into a quick lunch break. Thank you to Healing Hearts and Families for being a sponsor of 2024 fair coverage, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala, which is quickly approaching this fall. Thank you as well to A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, the trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across our area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them. And thank you as well to Sargent Irrigation. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair. Judge taking an extra close look at these two market heifers from Talon and Charlie Tobias. He's already pulled the other 4 in the group to the top of the show ring. There in front, you see Taylin, Charlie behind her.
The gray heifer second. Yeah, we'll lead off with the yellow heifer first, and as you see her on the profile, and you can see both sides, the yellow heifer and the gray heifer, both very similar, and there is, you can bring the gray heifer right out here. There is some differences between them. There just is a little bit more, just advantage of 40 pounds in the orange heifer. She comes a little better out of her shoulder junction. As you watch her walk out, she travels well. There isn't really as much total muscle shape to her right through the center part of her quarter, and that's where this gray heifer has a little bit of advantage. The gray heifer, though, is a little rounder shouldered. She just gets a little quick on her stride as she goes, and she is a heifer that I'd probably like to just see opened up a little bit more up through her forearm and in that area. But two nice market heifers from a standpoint of their condition and what they have to offer in this particular class. Oh, 3 purples, 3 blues. And then the next heifer that comes up is one that's very stout, just like the other 2 heifers, but as you watch her walk out, she's one that you can just let her walk out. You don't have to set her up. You can just walk her out. You can see she's just a little up in her pasterns, a little stiffer in her hock. She probably has just as much total muscle as the gray heifer that's ahead of her, handles well. I would just like to see her move better, hock to pastern, and just make her a little bit more mobile and structurally correct, but a nice market heifer that's trimmer than the other ones that we have. Then you have 3 heifers that are just a little plainer made. The young lady's heifer that comes up next is a little bit more of a combination heifer than the 2 heifers behind her. One's a little fatter and one's a little lighter muscled. She fits that combination just from a standpoint of having just a little more condition to her, ideal condition and muscle shape. You see she's probably just a little finer bone as an individual. The 1,500-pound heifer is one that has a lot of carcass merit to her. She probably is just a little fat, and you can see that fatness up through her brisket and her flank and her udder. Will she push a yield grade 4? That's probably just where she's at, high 3, low 4. Just would like to see her a little trimmer. And then you end up with a heifer that rounds out the class that just needs a little more muscle mass and dimension to her to compete with some pretty stout heifers in this division.
So now we'll have all of the purple ribbon winners come back in to the two first purples, I should say, to compete against each other for overall here.
Was a member of the University of Nebraska livestock judging team. He attended Michigan State University and South Dakota State University, where he coached judging teams and taught animal science classes. He currently serves as the director of the West Central Research and Extension Center for the University of Nebraska at North Platte. In Group 2, purple went to Charlie Tobias. Second purple went to Talon Tobias. Third purple went to Allie Smith. First blue went to Delaney Weinman. Second blue, Charlie Pandorf. Third blue, Kate Barron. As our judge chooses our champion market heifer and reserve market heifer, we'd like to thank our banner sponsors. Thank you, Nebraska State Bank, for your champion market heifer banner sponsorship. We'd also like to thank Ken and Cheryl Shoemaker for sponsoring the reserve market heifer banner today. Thank you to both of our sponsors.
Nice market heifers, and you appreciate what the exhibitors brought out, and you can always have a little bit of a spread in weights and ranges and just the fundamental aspects of where heifers need to be. The nice black heifer that won the first class did show, because she's a bit of more of a combination heifer over this roan heifer. This comes better out of her top and is just a little more market ready. And as we get them out here, you can see that a little more fuller through her brisket and her flank, a little more deposit in her udder, just probably has a little more carcass potential in her than the roan heifer. And then I just talked the two Charlet cross heifers, the yellow heifer just put together, just built just a notch better, and she'll be your champion, and I'll follow with the heifer that was second to her in class, the gray heifer. So congratulations to your two heavyweight heifers here for champion reserve.
So that would be Charlie Tobias and then Talon Tobias with the champion and reserve market heifers. Both of them coming out of that heavyweight class. So congratulations to those two. And I believe that is going to trigger our lunch break here. We'll maybe hear a little bit about that. I think they're going to be announcing some of the information on the carcass side of things
market
as well.
Heifer went to Charlie Tobias. Reserve market heifer went to Talon Tobias. At this time, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break, during which the carcass contest will be announced.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and step away. I'll have some lunch as well, and I welcome you folks back for the remainder of the beef show. We've got plenty to go for the remainder of today. Talk to you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, they're in the prep area. We're getting ready to hop into Hereford Steers time. We're going to have two groups of Hereford Steers, and then we'll, of course, bring back the top two purples from each of those groups to determine a champion and reserve champion Hereford Steer. First group is going to be Addison Stump, Dagan Dalby, Aubrey Eberly, Olivia Ostrand, Maggie Peterson, and Mahia Jones. So you see them prepping and coming over there right now. And we'll, of course, continue to bring you all the camera angles possible. As they come on into the show ring. As we get started with this afternoon's activities, I want to thank Custer Public Power District for sponsoring coverage, keeping your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power. Custer Public Power proudly serving the Custer County community and beyond, locally owned and governed by you. Thank you to them for being among our sponsors of 2024 fair coverage. Thank you to Moline Seed and Fence, serving farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit you. Their motto is simple: we operate out of our ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781 at Moline Seed and Fence. Here we go, our first group of the afternoon. Hereford Steers, 1,042 to 1,312 pounds. 6 entries here. Everyone all in order, at least based on what I was looking at as they came in. A little bit of a breeze here as we start the afternoon. Had some sprinkles this morning. Had some sunlight, so we've seen a little bit of everything so far today as far as the weather goes. Even saw that fog come into the area again yet this morning. Not as thick as it was on Monday, but still a pretty thick fog. Didn't stick around for as long either. Again, as we start up again this afternoon, if you want to pass some congratulations or some cheering on in the chat or whatever you'd like to pass along, I invite you to swing down there into the comment section. Lori, Robin, Rachel, and Travis and Shannon have already done so. Appreciate you all stopping by and checking out the stream, no matter where you're watching from. You know, there's people that watch from all different locations across the country each year. We love hearing those stories, so let us know where you're watching from in the comments if you would like. First group of Hereford Steers there at the top of your screen. Again, if there's someone out there that you know that's competing or a family member that is helping them out and you want them to be able to watch back everything that happens, let them know. A full replay will be up on Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages for them to take in at their convenience. once each day of the Custer County Fair goes final. Lots of things yet to come today. But right now it's all about market beef. Still got the Clover Kids bucket calf parade. Of course, goats, dairy going to be happening tomorrow. Then on Thursday, the livestock auction taking place, which we will broadcast the audio of on KCNI Radio, and we will also do the video of right here where you're watching now. Okay, so coming in sixth, that looks like will be Addison Stump, Aubrey Eberly fifth, Dagan Dalby fourth, Maggie Peterson third, and still standing up there, Olivia Ostrand and Mahia Jones with their Hereford steers. Olivia's weighing 1,278 and Mahia's weighing 1,312, the highest weight of this particular group.
Nice market-ready steer that weighs 1278. A steer here that has a tremendous amount of look and balance and profile and muscle shape to him, and skeletal in his makeup. Weighs a little over 1,300. I just like to see him have a little more condition on him, just be a little more smoother cover over his rib. But he is a steer that you have to appreciate for all those things I mentioned, relatives, correctness. I like the finish of this young lady's steer here, and I think as a market-ready steer, just a little more ideal in his condition. Maybe doesn't just come out as good out of his hip and down to his hock as the other steer, but two excellent Hereford steers. They're both a little more structurally correct as the young lady's steer that comes up in third. And as she goes to walk him out, you can see up through his front shoulder, he's just a little straighter up in his shoulder blade, labors just a little off his front end as he goes. You just like to give him a little more structural correctness, angulation to his shoulder, but he is a steer that is more market ready and has more muscle down his top than the gentleman steer that comes up next. Now this steer's a nice steer, just needs a little more finish, a little more weight on him, just a little more muscle shape behind. I think he could be more competitive. The young lady's white-legged steer is one you just like to see a little more body, just a little more time on feed, but she's done an excellent job with him. And then the 9 little 1,000-pound steer comes here. The young lady realizes, you know, he has a little more time on feed, but he's a nice made, complete steer. It'd be nice to see him once he gets to a finished weight at 1,400.
Okay, so again, that order, Mahia Jones, first purple, second purple to Olivia Ostrand, coming in third, Maggie Peterson, Dagan Dalby in fourth. Fifth in that group was Aubrey Everly, and sixth was Addison Stump. That's the end of Group 1, Hereford Steers. Our next group is 1,320 to 1,584, and they are coming in right now. Avery Ostrand, Emma Stahlbaumer, Olivia Ostrand, Addison Stump, Kirby Viter, and Kagan Wattoon. Again, steers in this group weigh between 1,320 pounds all the way up to Kagan Wattoon's 1,584-pound steer, which Kagan's currently trying to get up there to cooperate. Again, as the sun gets brighter throughout the day, folks, it gets a little bit harder to get the camera to adjust to what's going on. It's so bright even if there was a wall over there, it would make it so much easier for the camera to adjust. So that's why I kind of position them up to the higher part of the screen so that you can actually see it. If I were to move the camera up and center them on the screen, it would get so dark you wouldn't be able to see anything. So just kind of doing my best with what the camera gives me. Thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Land is moving at a high rate of speed right now, so if you're considering selling your land, it might be the time to do it. Contact John with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out lashleyland.com. Thank you as well to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo are your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. Again, this is the second group of Hereford steers. Each steers between 1,320 pounds and 1,584 pounds. Judge taking a close look over all of them. Kagan Watoon steer, the largest Hereford steer in the 4-H beef show this year. 1,584 pounds at a rate of gain of 3.46. If the judge sticks to the way he's been doing things, sixth place in this group will go to Avery Ostrand, fifth to Kirby Vider, and fourth to Kagan. Oh, excuse me. I messed up that order there a little bit. He's going to bring Emma Stahlbaumer and Kagan Watoon up here. These will be the two that he talks about as the first and second. We'll just find out which of the two he likes better than the other.
I have three boys. One of them's starting to judge a little bit, and he's like, yeah, I had this class, and there was a big spread in weight, and that's a little troubling. And you do have a big spread in weight sometimes, and at the end of the day, I told him even if they brought all of them out in the one class, you still got to rank them, and I think that's where you end up with this pair of steers. Regardless of weight and how you put it, the steer that is going to win the class, upper 15s, You hope he's not, many of our packers don't, 1,000, 1,100 pound carcass weight discount. So he'll slide under that window, and he is a steer that when you think about it pound for pound throughout life, he probably is a steer that just had more muscle, more mass, more dimension than the steer that ends up in second or third. And with that, now he's a little bigger, a little more mature steer, and yeah, maybe it would have been a little better, make it a little easier on the judge and the crowd if he was 1505, but he's 1585. So he is, though, relative to the steer in second, where my rationale is he's just got more muscle down his top, particularly behind his shoulder, fuller in his loin edge, and certainly better out of his hip. And if you look at this steer go out, just more dimension of muscle in the steer that wins than the steer here. I like this steer from a standpoint of his balance, of his correctness of design. If anything, you can see he's just a little forward in his shoulder, just a little bit, like to give him a little more angulation there, and you can see that when he walks out, and just a little more dimension out of his hip to get him by the steer that wins the class. But two excellent steers. I really like this steer in third as this young lady takes him out. You can see a steer that's long-hipped, has dimension in his muscle in his hip. He moves a lot of quarter to him. He handles well down his top. He is a steer that maybe could just have a little more finish compared to the steer that's ahead of him and just track just a notch wider behind, but that's a pretty close pair between second and third. I like the carcass-orientedness of this young lady steer that comes up next. He's just a tremendous amount of steer when you just say what he is. He's wide constructed, he's bold in his rib, he looks like he's been a tremendous feeding steer. He just is a little flatter in his muzzle type and a little softer in his handle than some of those that go out ahead of him. And then in the opposite end of the spectrum is this steer that comes out that just needs a little more finish to him, a little more time on feed, and I think he'd be there right with him. And the young lady's steer, I blamed where he's at on the superintendent breaking the class, because that steer, if he's in the last class, he's a really excellent steer on the profile, needs a little more just to him against these big steers, but you like his design, a little more time on feed, and he would have moved up a little more in the class, but an excellent set of Hereford steers.
Okay, so now we'll have whatever amount of purples they passed along in that group join the two purples from the previous Hereford steers group to compete here for champion and reserve Hereford steer.
As we bring in our purple Hereford steers, we'd like to thank our banner sponsor.
So here come those purple ribbon Hereford steers. Mahia Jones in first. Kagan Watoon, top of the group she was in. So Olivia Ostrand getting some help. She's got two different steers that she is showing here to try for champion or reserve champion. So left to right here, you've got Mahia Jones, Kagan Watoon, Olivia Ostrand having some help showing that one. And then you've got Emma Stahlbaumer and then Olivia Ostrand herself on the right-hand side of your screen there, all showing their Hereford steers. The judge will continue to take a look at these and determine a champion and reserve champion Hereford steer.
Well, your two class winning steers here, and as we talk that lightweight class, I mentioned the dilemma. The dilemma becomes larger here. You have a 1,300-pound steer that's an ideally made, nice, structurally correct steer, and a nice show steer for that young lady, and yet a nice feeding steer. But today is he at his optimum endpoint? And I would have to say no. Because when you look at his brisket, when you look at his flank and either side of his tailhead, he just needs another 100, 150 pounds. So he is a great individual. He'll probably go on the state fair and be very competitive. But for me today, he just needs a little more condition to him. But there's a lot of merit in what he is as an individual and how you evaluate him. And my hat's off to that family. And then you have this other steer that comes in. He could be older, we don't know, but we do know he's heavier. He's been fed, and he is a market-ready steer. And if you think about his carcass merit that he has in him, you would hope from a Hereford standpoint that he is going to have the genetics behind him to grade and be in the choice grade. He is a 1,500, upper 1,500-pound steers. It's good on his feet and legs, and he's a steer that handles himself quite well. So it is a little bit of a dilemma. And if you think about him on the same weight, you know, there is some gives and takes about him. I really like the proportionality of the heavyweight steer and where he's at. He'll be your champion steer, so you can just pull him up right up there if you would. And then we'll follow with the lightweight for reserve. Then we got a rank 5 for your Hereford premium money, and so then we'll go in and get the second weight heavyweight. He'll be your third place steer. And then we'll come and grab the third heavy. You can bring him in for your fourth place, Hereford. And then your fifth place will be your second lightweight. So congratulations.
Okay, so Kagan Wittoon with the champion Hereford steer, Mahia Jones with the reserve champion Hereford steer. Emma Stahlbaumer coming in third, Olivia Ostrand in fourth and fifth with her entries. That will bring us to Red Angus steers coming up next. This first group of Red Angus steers coming in: Bailey Kristen, Cordell Kristen, Hayden Kristen, Creighton Marsh, and Traven Larson. Is Red Angus steers weighing between 1,074 and 1,388 pounds. Two groups of Red Angus steers for Custer County Fair 2024. Simmental steers are going to be next. Just one group there. And then Charlet steers, one group there. Granted, both of those groups much bigger than the two group showings that we've seen so far.
nice complete steer here to start this lightweight class of Red Angus steers, and a steer that you can see is really proportionately made and a nice design steer. You like his ribbon volume, muscle shape he has, particularly as you get behind him. The steer that comes up in second, you can see just not as muscular down his top as the steer that goes out ahead of him, and just a little flatter in his quarter, just a little narrower down in his hock, not just the width of skeleton and mass that you see in the class winner. And much following the same suit as the steer that's end up in third. He doesn't balance quite as well because he just gets a little in his rear rib cage, just a little higher and shallower there. And then as he walks out, some of that reason is because he's just a pretty trim, lean steer, and you can see 3-4 ribs on him. You just like to see him come with a little more cover. The lighter steer that comes up next, much the same. He's a little more proportionally made in his rib shaping design, but a steer that also needs more time on feed. And the gentleman steer that comes up rounding out this class is one that got a screw in his foot here at the fair, so they had to take that out, and that's part of the reason why he's limping, but also a steer you'd like just to see have a little more muscle and days on feed on him.
Okay, so first out of that group was Traven Larson, 1,388-pound Red Angus steer. And we'll hear the ribbons announced here shortly for that group as the second group comes into the show ring. Maggie Peterson, Brody Blowers, Brinley Chaplin, Kazan Kaufman-Smith, Quaid Smith, Bryce Chaplin, and Parker Miller.
In the first group of Red Angus steers, first purple went to Traven Larson. Second purple, Hayden Kristen. First blue, Creighton Marsh. Second blue, Bailey Kristen. Third blue, Cordell Kristen.
Okay, so as you hear that announcement there, we'll get this second group in, and those first two purples and the only purples from that first group will come back to compete for champion Red Angus against the purples from this group you're seeing on your screen right now. Again, left to right, Maggie Peterson, Brody Blowers, Brinley Chaplin, Kazan Kaufman-Smith, Quaid Smith, Bryce Chaplin, and Parker Miller. Ranging from 1,430 pounds for Maggie Peterson's Red Angus steer all the way up to 1,642 pounds for Parker Miller's steer. Group 2 of 2 of Red Angus steers in front of you right now. Take the top purples from this group and compete them against the top purples from Group 1 to crown a champion Red Angus steer and a reserve champion. If you're just joining us, you see the results along the bottom of your screen, but I'll read them along to you as well. Kagan Wattoon had the champion Hereford steer, 1,584-pound steer. Mahia Jones was the reserve champion. Champion Market Heifer was Charlie Tobias. Taylin Tobias was the reserve champion. Then if we head back to showmanship, we'll start at pre-junior showmanship. It was Olivia Ostrand as the champion, McCamry Jones the reserve. In junior showmanship, Casey Nelson. In reserve junior showmanship, Emma Stahlbaumer. And in senior showmanship, Braxton Reinierson was your champion. Mace Barron was the reserve champion. And then you look at overall showmanship. Braxton Reinierson was your grand champion. Casey Nelson was your reserve champion beef showman. As the judge continues to take a look here in this Red Angus steer Group 2. Been live for just over 5 hours now. Appreciate you coming along for the journey here on Tuesday, the 2024 Custer County Fair. We were live yesterday for just over 8 hours straight. We'll be live for a good chunk of time again today and tomorrow as well. We've got Clover Kids Bucket Calf Parade. We've got goats and dairy all coming up around the corner as well. Of course, FFA and 4-H of all of those things that I mentioned. We've still got FFA beef to take care of. Tomorrow, the Stalker Feeder Show. So, should be a busy couple of days here yet to come. And then on Thursday, many of the animals that you're seeing here will be sold as part of the annual livestock auction, which, of course, traditionally signals the end of the Custer County Fair each year. We'll broadcast that on KCNI 1280 AM and 96.3 FM on the radio as we have for years. And we will also video stream it right here for you as well. So your top two are going to be Bryce Chaplin and Parker Miller. We'll see what order the judge decides to put them in here.
Well, very stout steer to start this class, and then a second and third and fourth really get a close. But as a young man profiles the first place steer, you can see he's just very proportionate made. If you look at him from the profile, there's just a lot of aspects of what make a fat steer in his design, and as he walks him out, you can see that The other thing about him is for his size and frame, he's pretty ideally conditioned. He's one of the heavier muscle steers in here. And if anything, maybe he could just walk with a little more cushion to his posture, but that's being critical of a pretty good steer. The steer that's in second is equally as stout, a little heavier, but he carries his condition well, and when you get your hands on him, that's just a tremendous amount of muscle in him. He is a steer that's just a little wider skeletally up front. That's probably ideal. He just labors off his front end a little more than I'd like to see. A little straighter in his shoulder. He needs more angulation. But he's got just more muscle mass and dimension than the steer that's in third. And the steer in third is a nice big-footed, rugged-made steer. He just probably, for his size and skeleton, just needs a little more rib shape and dimension to him. And likewise, the steer that's behind him has a little more look on the profile. He balances a little better. He's a little cleaner fronted, but he just needs a little more condition on him. You can see he's a little higher in his rear rib and his flank. He's a little just not as much in his cod and not as much fat on either side of his tail head. He just needs a little more finish. That's where this steer has it, but it's almost just a little too much. You can see he just has a little chuffiness up to his front end. He's got his tie down in his back. He's a little fuller in his cod than ideal. He just needs to be a little trimmer. But a steer that's got more muscle than the young lady steer that comes up next, who is a nice steer from a standpoint of his design and his makeup. He gets a little straight in his hock, a little quick in his step behind. I'd like to just widen him up as well. And the gentleman steer that rounds off the class is a nice, free-moving, good-feeding type of individual. As you compare him to some of the other steers, just needs to be a little stouter in his makeup, a little more muscle shape, particularly behind his shoulder, to be more competitive with really a nice set of heavyweight Hereford steers.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the second and final group of Red Angus steers. So we'll see the top purples from each of those groups come back in to compete. So coming back in, Traven Larson and Hayden Kristen. As well as Bryce Chaplin and Parker Miller. And they're moving right along here. They're already entering the show ring. Snuck past me. While they're getting set up, want to thank Trotter Fertilizer and Trotter Service. And they want to thank you for your business at all of their surrounding Trotters locations, whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Go locations. They've enjoyed serving you in Central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, a Purple Ribbon sponsor of 2024 Custer County Fair coverage. Really stacked second group there of Red Angus steers. 4 purples went out, including, of course, first to Bryce Chaplin and Parker Miller in second, but also Quade Smith and Kazan Kaufman Smith both receiving purple ribbons as well.
Well, it was a nice Red Angus steer show. These two steers that win their classes are both similar in their body type and dimension, only there's really 300 differences in body weight to them. And that's not the only thing that's different, but that's the spread between them. I think the light steer is a nice made steer. He's complete in his design. You really like him on the walk. He is a steer that for his skeletal size could probably have just a little more condition on him. If you look at his flank and through his cod, he is a steer, as you compare him to the heavyweight steer, is just not as good a footed. He's just a little shallower heeled, shallower, smaller footed type of steer. And when you look at the steer out of the heavyweight class, that is one stout individual. He's big footed, he's deep heeled, he's rugged in his bone, has a tremendous amount of muscle into him. He's a really hard muscled steer. And for that weight, he's just probably right where he needs to be. He's not over conditioned, and you really wouldn't say he's under conditioned. But those are two nice steers, and not taking anything away from our second place steers. You can just see the completeness of design and pattern and muscularity of both our class winners. I'll use the heavyweight class winner for your champion and a lightweight class winner for reserve. So congratulations to those two individuals.
So that would mean that Bryce Chaplin is your champion, and your reserve champion will be Traven Larson. So they'll go ahead and exit the show ring, and we'll bring you Simmental steers next. Bryce going out first here, Traven right behind him. One group for Simmental steers, however, there are 9 in the group. Regan Fleece, Cade Smith, Emmett Grint, Brexton Ostran, Callie Nelson, Rex Grint, Caden Miller, Laney Palmer, and Charlie Pandorf, all coming out as a part of this Simmental steers group. Again, a large group here. With there just being one group, the winner of the group will be the champion. The reserve champion will, of course, be the one in the group that comes in second. Pulled up to the top, Emmett Grant and Rex Grant. Brexton Ostrand, Callie Nelson, and Charlie Pandorf still down here to the left-hand side of your screen. Kind of indicating to me that they are the top three, the Simmental steers. Charlie Pandorf's weighing the most at 1,594 pounds. She gets put up towards the north side of the grandstands. That leaves us with the two on your screen. Brexton Ostrand to the left, Callie Nelson on the right.
Yeah, you can just bring him up in line. And then you can just profile him. We'll start with the Baldy steer here, and then the Blaze Face steer in second. And I think it's very close. There is some unique differences between the two. This more of a Baldy white-bellied steer is one that, as you can see, walks up, just comes together a little better in his skeletal makeup. He is a steer that has just a little more finish to him than the Blaze Face steer, and I appreciate that. He is a steer that I'd like to see track a little wider behind as he goes, and that's one thing I like about the Blaze Face steer. I think if the Blaze Face steer had a couple tenths more of fat on him, a little more condition, a little more market readiness, I could get him over the Baldy steer that wins the class. But that's two very good steers that are very similar in their type and kind and pattern. The heavyweight steer in this class is very stout. You may ask, well, I've used a couple heavyweight steers. Why didn't I use this guy up? I wish the other heavyweight steers just set down on their feet. They handled their weight just a notch better than this guy. As you watch him walk down through his hawk and his pasture, and he doesn't travel as well as those other heavyweight steers, but he's a nice made steer with a tremendous amount of muscle. I would just like to see him travel a little better to get him in the class winner. This steer here that ends up in fourth is just a little rawer type of steer. And when I say that, I just would like to see him have a little more days on feed, a little more condition over his top and over his last few ribs. And you can see how lean he is down his top. He just needs a little more time on feed. The next two steers very close. I just chose a little more market-ready steer in the black steer. He's a steer that just handles with more condition down his top. He's fuller in his flank. He's got some fat on either side of his tail head. The red steer's bigger hipped, got a little more width to him, and a nice profiling steer. But a steer, when you get your hands on him, he just needs more time on feed. He's just pretty trim and lean over his rib. Steer that has probably his best days are ahead of him, but just needs to be a little more cover and finish on him at this point in time at the county fair. Then three steers that come up next, and as you watch them walk out, there's steers that skeletally just need to be a little better. The lightweight steer is a proportionately made steer. I'd like to see him travel a little better. He has more rib, he has more dimension, he's better in his skeletal correctness than the black steer that comes up next. The gentleman has
who's a little harder in his rib. He gets a little straight off of his knee and straight in his hock. And when he walks him out, you can see that he just gets a little peggy moving. We'd like to give him just a little more cushion to him as he travels, give him a little more rib and body to him as well. The same can be said for the red steer that rounds off the class. Just needs a little more body and dimension to him to be more competitive.
Okay, so your champion Simmental steer is Brexton Ostrand, and reserve Simmental steer belongs to Callie Nelson. That will bring us to Charlet steers, 1,092 to 1,634 pounds. Just one group here again, and you see them entering the show ring right now. Okay, so they just read the Simmental steers opposite of what I had them down as. They read Callie Nelson as the champion and Brexton Ostrand as the reserve. So I'll, of course, kind of keep an eye on that. As we've got a large group of Simmentals, or excuse me, Charlet out there right now. Simmentals was what we were just talking about. Judge taking a good look at these Charlet steers. And I haven't heard them go back on what they were saying about Callie Nelson and Brexton Ostrand being the reverse of what I had them as. So your champion in that previous group, the Red Angus, is going to officially be Callie Nelson. Apologize for having those switched around. Again, out there right now, Reagan Babcock, Macy Seta, Emmett Palmer, Paisley Seta, Haley Rosiski, Taylon Tobias, Creighton Cook, Slayton Cook, Jenna Bartok, and Kirby Vider, as well as Mallory Bartok. Reagan Babcock, Macy Seta, and Emmett Palmer have all been pulled up so far. Slayton Cook going to the top of your screen. Mallory Bartok going up there, and then Kirby Vider. Paisley Seta. Taylon Tobias is left behind here at the bottom right of your screen. And we'll hear from the judge here.
The steer that wins is a steer that, as we look in this division, it has a combination. I mean, he's given this gal a little trouble, but he is a steer that has some width and dimension to him. He's ideal in his condition and muscle shape and design. He is a steer that has the best balance of muscle and carcass merit in here. He's just acting up a little day 4. The next best steer in that category is the steer that follows him in body and type, realizing he's a little shorter haired, but he's the steer in second. The light colored steer has just simply got more width, body, bone, dimension, muscle shape up high and through the center part of his quarter than the steer that's in third. The steer that is in third, you can see up through his forerib. He just needs more condition on him. He's a little finer boned as he walks away. He gets pretty narrow in his base and narrow in his skeletal makeup. That's where it gets close between him and the heavy steer, because there's probably more carcass merit in the heavy steer. He's just a little piecier made, a little weaker down his top. He, for his size, could just have more dimension and muscle to him. Your last purple is this young lady's yellow steer, and he is a good steer in his own right. He could just have a little more weight to be competitive with those other steers, but he's a nice made, complete steer that just needs more time on feed. The 2 gray steers that are heavier have a little more carcass merit in them from a standpoint of market readiness, are just a little flatter made, and when you get your hands on them, you don't see the muscle shape and dimension down their top as you'd ideally like to see in them for a steer that size. Young gentleman's yellow steer that comes up next is a nice made steer. He's straight in his lines, he's clean in his front, he's a nice show steer look to him, but when you watch him walk out, he just needs more body and rib shape to him. He's pretty underfinished relative for his frame size. I like the young lady's yellow steer that comes up in next. This probably is a steer that if you had to say, if there's one steer in here you'd like to see be 250, 300 pounds more heavier, would be this steer, because he's very good made. Look at him down his top. He has good muscle shape. If you look at him down and out of his hip, he has good muscle shape. He just needs to be a little heavier and a little more market ready. And the same can be said for the gentleman that just caught his steer, a steer that's a little greener. And the young lady that rounds off the class is a steer that just needs to be more structurally correct. You can see in his knee and his hock, just a little too straight made to be ideal for a market type of animal.
Second call, crossbred steers, 1,380 pounds to 1,424 pounds.
Okay, so Taylon Tobias was the champion. Charlet steer, reserve Charlet steer belonged to Creighton Cook, if I saw that. We'll wait for the official side of things to confirm that. We'll turn the mic back on when we hear that start to be announced. But right now, Group 1 crossbred steers, 1,130 pounds to 1,326 pounds. Coming on into the show ring. Reagan Fleece, Macy Smith, Jace Rosentrader, Addison Dalrymple, Jalen Young, Trey Connell, Macklin Eberly, and Casey Nelson.
Champion Charlet steer and first purple went to Talon Tobias. Reserve Charlet steer and second purple went to Creighton Cook. Third purple went to Haley Rizicki. Fourth purple went to Jenna Bartok. Fifth purple went to Paisley Seta. First blue went to Kirby Vitter. Second blue went to Mallory Bartok. Third blue went to Slayton Cook. Fourth blue went to Macy Seta. Fifth blue went to Emmett Palmer. Sixth blue went to Reagan Babcock. As the first group of crossbred steers goes around the Custer
The gray steer simply is a steer that just has more dimension to him and combines that being a little better in his overall skeletal makeup. And as you study him, at least from this angle, you can see he's just more opened up through his chest floor. He has more arch and shape to his rib. He's a bigger bodied and middle steer. And then when you get your hands on him, he has more shape and expression muscle down his top and really out of his hip as well. The steer that follows him closest in line is the young lady's black steer, And he too is a steer that you have to appreciate it for his muscle. He just isn't as open and round in his rib structure. He gets a little shallower in his rear rib, up and through his flank. You can see he doesn't have as much fullness in his brisket. He is a steer that you would like to have be a little more market ready. The roan steer that comes up in third is a really high quality individual. He just, as you look at him compared to these other steers, just needs a little more 30, 40, 45, 50 days on feed to get him to that level. And I think if he had that, he would be there. He just needs more time on feed, and pound for pound, he probably just needs a little more muscle compared to the other steers. Two black steers in here that are close that probably have a little more market weight desirability to them than the roan steer, but they're just narrower made, narrow skeleton steers that also need some more days on feed, so I use the roan steer ahead of them too. And then three steers that come up next that have some similarities in that they're a little shallower about their rib cage. They all steers need to move just a little better in their skeleton. This black steer just has a little more mass to him than the other two steers. He has more muscle across his loin edge and out of his hip. But as you see him go, a steer that just needs to be more market ready, travel with a little more width. The Bronco-faced steer is much the same, a little finer bone, finer featured steer that needs more time on feed. And then the steer with the white switch and legs is just a little straighter in his makeup. He's a little bolder about his knee, and in that you can see as he sets down on his front end, just needs to be a little softer moving, better in his structure, and with that be a little more market ready. So a nice set of steers. Give those kids a round of applause in your first class of market steers, or crossbred steers.
So in that group of crossbred steers, Casey Nelson was first, Jalen Young was second. We'll continue on with the crossbred steers coming in right now. Allie Smith, Caden Miller, Taryn Blakeman, Caden Goodman, Abby Stahlbaumer, and Bree Blowers.
In Group 1 of crossbred steers, first purple went to Casey Nelson. Second purple went to Jalen Young. Third purple went to Macy Smith. Fourth purple went to Macklin Eberly. First blue went to Trey Connell. Second blue went to Addison Dalrymple. Third blue went to Jace Rosentrader. Fourth blue went to Riggin Fleece. Second call, crossbred steers, 1,442 pounds to 1,612 pounds. Second call, crossbred steers, 1,442 pounds to 1,612 pounds. First call, Black Angus steers, 1,008 pounds to 1,338 pounds. First call, Black Angus steers, 1,008 pounds to 1,338 pounds.
Again, super dark, folks. It's really sunny out, so the camera's having a hard time adjusting to what it's looking at. Try to adjust it the best I can. It's just going to result in a lot of them being really high up on the screen pretty often. Second group of crossbred steers in front of you right now. Again, this is the second group of crossbred steers, a much smaller group than the first group. Allie Smith, Caden Miller, Taryn Blakeman, Caden Goodman, Abby Stahlbaumer, and Bree Blowers.
little different variation of steers. You got some feeding steers in here. You got some steers with some skeletal issues, and the Baldy steer that is going to win the class here. Based off, he's just a little more combination type of individual. He is a steer. She gets him. The profile is more structurally correct than some of the other individuals you may think up here in a match with him. You have to like his body and rib shape and design. He is a steer that, as I get behind him, I'd like to just see him ideally have a little more muscle shape just right through the center and lower part of his quarter. But relative to a couple of these other steers, he's just got a little more condition and ideal on him. The steer that comes up in second, where the decision lies, really is second and third, and this steer just has more market readiness to him, and he's a steer that, as you study him, has a lot more muscle shape down his top, and you can see that in his loin edge, and a nice traveling steer that just has more cover on him than the young lady's Baldy steer, who is a nice steer that has some length. He's good out of his hip. He's just a little bare handling as he goes and just a little shallower about his rib. But he is a steer that, as you look at him travel, front leaves, rear follows, how he moves, he's just more structurally correct in his design than the young lady's steer that comes up next. Now this steer here is just a little shorter coupled. He's a little straight in his knees, bigger about his joints, and as you watch him walk, you can see how he gets straight in the front of his shoulder, pretty quick in his step behind. A steer that just needs to be more structurally correct to move him up higher in the class. But he does have more muscle to him, a little more finish than this young lady steer, who is more structurally correct, but just gives up some muscle shape and dimension down his top. And the red steer the young gentleman has, a really nice steer from his standpoint, his rib shape, his dimension, his feedability, just a little plainer made type of calf.
So that brings in our third group of 3 crossbred steers, 1,442 pounds to 1,612 pounds. Bindi Peters, Reagan Babcock, Creighton Marsh, McKenna Wyman, Burke Blakeman, and Mia Copley. All out there, the crossbred steers. Coming in that order so far. Looks like they're all going to come in order. And Mia Copley bringing up the back here. Again, in that last group, Abby Stahlbaumer took first. Caden Goodman took second. They'll be back to compete for champion and reserve. Want to take a moment to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors again, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, East Highway 2. Custer County Ag Society. C&M Auto in Anselmo. Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families. A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation. Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed. again, out there right now is the third group of 3 crossbred steers, 1,442 pounds to 1,612 pounds. Bindi Peters, Reagan Babcock, Creighton Marsh, McKenna Wyman, Burke Blakeman, and Mia Copley all out there left to right on your screen. Bindi Peters and Creighton Marsh both pulled up, as is McKenna Wyman. That leaves Reagan Babcock, Burke Blakeman, and Mia Copley. Left to right, it's Reagan Babcock, Burke Blakeman, and Mia Copley. We're going to pull Burke up, so he would be in third, and we'll hear whether Reagan Babcock or Mia Copley come in first from the judge now.
I think 2 excellent steers here to start this class, and we get up into the steer that I start the class with was just a notch over 16. You know, if you dress him as 64%, you're over 1,000-pound carcass. You don't get into the 1,100-pound area, but he is a steer that, for his weight, is a nice proportionally made steer. He's pretty good about his feet. He does, when you travel, you watch him walk out just a little up on his pastures. He's got a little puffiness to his hock, but he's a tremendously wide-built steer with a tremendous amount of muscle shape to him. And you can take him out. As she takes him out and you watch him travel out, he's just a little bit proportionally made behind the top of his shoulders, how he comes in over the point of his shoulders than the baldy steer, who just gets a little bolder about his front and then comes off the top of his shoulder. You can see his blade just moves up a little there. He comes into the top of his loin, just not as full and expressive as the steer that starts the class. But two excellent steers that you very much have to appreciate. And even the gentleman steer in third really could run with him if he just had a little more condition on him. He's a very complete individual that has some length to him. I like the squareness that he has out of his hip. He gets just a little narrower base behind compared to those two steers, but the gentleman does a nice job with him. He gets him really shown extremely well. A steer that just in the back third of his body has a little trouble competing with those other two steers, but three excellent steers. I think then for the next three, it's really a lot about muscle shape and dimension that place these three. The young lady's steer here right in front of me that goes out in fourth just has more muscle shape behind and down his top than the baldy steer, who's a little straighter line, but he's a steer that just gets a little shallower made. And the young lady's steer that rounds off the class is just a little flatter in his overall makeup. He's a steer that just gets a little tight as you study him down his top, not as much boldness to him, and just needs a little more time on feed.
Okay, so first purple in that third and final group of crossbred steers went to Mia Copley. Second purple went to Reagan Babcock. They will join Abby Stahlbomber, Caden Goodman, Casey Nelson, and Jalen Young to now compete for overall crossbred steer. So at least those six are going to come in. There were purples beyond those six in a couple of groups that were awarded. But we'll just kind of wait and see. Yep, it'll be those six that come in. So these first three that you see in line here are the first purples from each of the three groups. Representing that first group is Casey Nelson, the second group Abby Stahlbomber, and the third group Mia Copley. And then the three behind them off screen would be the second purples from each of those groups of crossbred steers. By the way, Black Angus steers is coming up next. There are three groups there as well, each of them pretty hefty groups. And then bred and fed steers will happen after that. Three groups there. And to round things out, shorthorn steers. And then we'll figure out our overall champion of market beef, which is always very exciting. Obviously, the judge looking at the top three from each of the groups very carefully. Makes sense to choose a champion from those three. Again, the judge getting another look at them, just walking around here, still in the same order. As far as tops in each group, first one there was Casey Nelson. Top in the group number 2 was Abby Stahlbaumer, and then top in group 3 was Mia Copley. Right there, 1, 2, 3, left to right on your screen. Okay, it looks like we're going to hear from the judge.
So a 3 really nice crossbred steer division that has come out here, and we've had some tougher decisions to make, but as these 6 steers get out here, there's some differences in weight, but I would say they're all desirable in their weight. The lightest steer out here, well, maybe not the lightest, but out of the class, that class winner weighed 1320. And then you get in the 14s, and then you get in the 16s. But I think for all 3 of these steers, as you look at them, we could nitpick up to death, but let's talk a little bit about their strengths. The gray steer, just a really completely made proportionate steer. And I think that's a real strength about it, in that he's proportionate. You saw him in showmanship. You say, that's a pretty good steer. He's probably going to be out here and be in the hunt. You get him lined up in class, he comes out of that class because he has a tremendous amount of muscle shape down his top. Of the steers in here, he may not be the most muscular, but pound for pound, when you put him on the carcass, rib by area per hundredweight, he will hold his own against any of the steers. Because you can see that as you come off his shoulder, how deep his loin is, how big his curvature to his loinage is, and how he comes out of his hip. Now, he just isn't as muscular as the 3rd place class winner. That's a pretty hard muscled steer, but he's a steer that has quite a bit of muscle in him in a very complete package and weighs 1320. The Baldy steer here is one at 1400, carries himself quite well. We've seen some other steers that once they get to their weight, they don't carry them themselves as well. They don't pull themselves together. He does that well. Could he do it better? Probably just a notch better as you study him in his rear leg set, particularly about his hock. He sets down with enough cushion, but he is just a steer that just looks a little straighter in his hock. That's maybe his ideal. You'd probably just like to have him just a little more muscle through the center part of his quarter. I think as he has enough time on feed, and if you go find him, if he goes to state fair, at fair he's going to just be a little bolder, a little more fullness to him, which would, for me personally, I'd like to have that in him today. But he's a big forearm steer. He comes really good in his design. He isn't as muscular as either steer on either side of him, but he probably has enough is what you have to decide, or wherever you are in the stands, to make that analogy. And then the slick carriage steer, you saw him in showmanship, and you said that's a tremendous feedlot steer in the amount of gainability that he has to him. He's a steer that when you first see him, it's hard to fault, and then as you study him out here, he's a pretty hard muscled steer. You'd like to probably see him just be a little softer in some areas, especially as you handle him down his top, as you like to study him through his cod and through his flank for that weight. He is a steer that's got a little fullness right in his hock, and I commented that he just could have just a little more cushion in through his pasterns. But he's a pretty good footed steer. So you got a really nice steer at 1,600 that's very impressive. You got a 1,400-pound steer that really looks the part from a standpoint of where he is at today. And then you'd like to probably see him just with a little more time on him And then you got a gray steer at 1320 that's really got to make the decision. Does he hold his own pound per pound versus the other two heavyweight steers? I believe he does. The gray will be your champion crossbred. We'll pull that young lady's first place steer, and I'll look at him quick.
Okay, so Casey Nelson is the champion crossbred steer, has the champion crossbred steer.
There's a lot to be said about the second place steer. He's very similar in its kind to the steer that, the great steer that wins the class. He is a steer that weighs 1306. For me, I'd like to see him just be a little stouter compared to the other steers ahead of him. I'm going to use the steer out of the second class of Baldy for reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, so the reserve champion was Abby Stahlbomber, again out of that group 2. So they will leave the ring and we'll get ready for Black Angus steers. We've got plenty of those ahead. Okay, so as we bring in our first group of Black Angus, 1,008 to 1,338 pounds. Let you know that those involved in this group include Elliot Sponel, Sonny Joe Sponel, Easton Sponel, KZ Pelster, Keely Pelster, Trell Pelster, Cameron Eberly, Rayleigh Bachman, Macklin Eberly, and Keelan Shea. And again, I apologize for how hard it is to see up there, folks. It's very bright outside, and that white building over there reflects the sunlight, so the camera tries to adjust to the best way that it sees fit. Unfortunately, the best is sometimes not exactly what we want, and that's kind of the situation here. Those of you that are watching on a television probably having a much easier time seeing than those watching maybe on a phone or something like that. Again, if you want to drop a line in the Facebook chat or the YouTube comment section, let us know where you're watching from. We'd be Happy to hear that. Appreciate all the sponsors scrolling on the top right-hand part of the screen, some of which I'm giving you a little bit more information about as Purple Ribbon sponsors. But all of those sponsors you're seeing at the top right-hand part of your screen are sponsoring all 4 days of video streaming here at the Custer County Fairgrounds, and we thank them so much for doing so. Want to take a moment to thank Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo, your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike, and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. Again, this is the first group of Black Angus steers. We've got 3 groups. This group with 10 to lead us off. Kayla dropping a line saying the Sherman County kids are watching, cheering on their Custer County friends. That's great. Thanks for letting us know you're watching. A few kids are being pulled up to the front. In fact, the first 5 being pulled up. That leaves Trell Pelster, Cameron Eberly, Rayleigh Bachman, Macklin Eberly, and Keelan Shea. Assuming they all came into the show ring in order. Which it looks like they did. We're left with Rayleigh Bachman and Macklin Eberly here on the screen. Macklin on your right. And we'll hear from the judge.
Two nice steers to start the class with here. The young lady steer just has a little more mass to him. If you study him and you look at his rib shape and design, and then when you get behind him, he's wider about his hip. He carries that thickness down to his quarter a notch better than the steer that's in second. The steer in second is probably equally as clean and long. Just when you study him from the front third of his body and get behind him, he's not as just as massive in his width and dimension than the young lady steer that starts the class with. Both those steers, as you watch them walk out the gate, just have more muscle out of their hip, particularly through the center part of her quarter and down into the lower quarter, than the next two steers. The steer that's in third is just a little rougher in his makeup and design, and you can see that as he comes across from his hip into his pin set. He narrows here a little bit. He doesn't come out as square and straight, and then he gets a little narrower in his hocks. But a steer that has a little more muscle, a little more rib than the steer that comes up in next for this gentleman, who's a little straighter made, but he just gets a little narrower underneath, not as much finish on him. But that's a close decision between those two steers. Equally as close as the two steers that come up next. I just used a little heavier steer with a little more shape of muscle. He stands a little wider, he tracks a little wider than the young lady steer, who's just a little narrower made and flatter made steer that could have just a little more muscle shape down the top to get by the young gentleman steer that comes up in next. And then you end up with four steers that you can see are just a little underfinished, give up some weight, and with that I just put a little more emphasis on muscle. And the young lady steer comes wider out of his hip. I think that the next three steers in line, the two gentlemen steers and the young lady steer, have some potential to gain that. They just need a little more time on feed to catch up with some of these other steers.
Second call, Black Angus steers, 1,460 pounds to 1,584 pounds. Second call, Black Angus steers, 1,460 pounds to 1,584 pounds. First call, Bred and Fed steers, 1,052 pounds to 1,298 pounds. First call, Bred and Fed steers, 1,052 pounds to 1,298 pounds.
That'll bring in Black Angus steers, 1,348 to 1,450 pounds. Coming in right now. Haley Coleman, Avery Ostrand, Evelyn Vara, Ava Bodorf, Oren Grint, Blake Slocum, Cohen Dalrymple, Kason Christensen, Brexton Ostrand, Shaylee Coleman, and Taryn Blakeman. All coming in now. Karen in the Facebook chat saying congrats, Matt Eberly. Of course, Macklin Eberly coming in second there in that first group of Black Angus steers. Receiving a purple ribbon. Will be back later on to compete for one of those top spots. 11 Black Angus steers in this group you're looking at.
First purple went to Rayleigh Bachman. Second purple went to Macklin Eberly. Third purple went to Keelan Shea. Fourth purple went to Trell Pelster. First blue went to Cameron Eberly. Second blue went to Casey Pelster. Third blue went to Keeley Pelster. Fourth blue went to Easton Sponel. Fifth blue went to Elliott Sponel. Sixth blue went to Sonny Joe Sponel. As the judge looks over Group 2 of our Black Angus steers.
Group 2 Black Angus steers again, still out there. Taking a look over this group of 11. The second of 3 groups. Thank you to Moline Seed and Fence, serving farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit farmers and ranchers like you. Their motto is simple. They operate out of their ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781. Can see off screen they're setting up for the watermelon feed. That's about 8 minutes away. So if you are on the fairgrounds and you happen to be tuning in, northeast side of the covered arena is where they will have the watermelon feed coming your direction. Haley Coleman and Evelyn Vara being pulled up to the north side of the show ring so far. Remaining out there, Cohen Dahlrempel, Kason Christensen, Brexton Ostrand, Shaylee Coleman, and Taryn Blakeman. Everyone else has been pulled up to the north side of the show ring. Again, we're trying to pull top two out of this group. Or more. Not necessarily top two, that is typical though. Last group's purples. First purple went to Rayleigh Bachman. Second purple to Macklin Eberly. Third purple to Keelan Shea. And fourth purple to Trell Pelster. Typically it's the top two purples that come back to compete. Kason Christensen coming in 5th. Shaylee Coleman in 4th. Taryn Blakeman in 3rd. That leaves us with the 2 on your screen there. The judge will come back over here and let us know which is the top, Cohen Dalrymple or Brexton Ostrand.
I think a real nice set here in your second class Angus steers, and certainly a steer. You know, I've said things were close all day, and there is a lot of close decisions, but I think if you study this steer, he's an exceptional individual amongst this class. He's a nice, clean made steer. He's well put together. He balances well. He's very good on his feet and legs. He's a big, nice footed steer. And all these things about his structure just come into a steer that has a tremendous amount of muscle to him. He's also ideal in his condition. And so it's really hard to fault him as you look at him, and he's a very, very good individual. The steer in second, also not taking anything away from him, is an exceptional Angus steer in this class. As you compare him and say, why can't he get by the steer that wins? He just gives up some natural width and dimension through his chest floor. He is an expressive in his muscle pattern right through the center of his quarter. He comes off the top of his shoulder, just not as smooth and neat as a steer that wins. But that's 2 really excellent Angus steers. Third and fourth, also very good. The young lady steer that ends up in third is a stout made steer. In a lot of Angus classes, he would win that class. But here, he just isn't as complete in his design. You can see him as he goes out. He's just a little fuller up through his chest. He isn't as clean. He looks a little wastier, but a nice handling steer that has some muscle shape to him. I switched these 2 between the young gentleman and the young lady because this steer just simply has more muscle out of his hip. He has more rib shape and dimension to him, and he's got a little more finish to him. The young lady steer gets just a little flat in his forerib. He needs a little more cover on him. As you see, he's just a little empty up through his brisket. Certainly doesn't have much in his cod or up through his flank. He just needs a little more time on feed. The gentleman steer may fit that a little better. I'd like to just see him he's just a little coarser made steer. He too needs a little more finish as you handle him, but a nice muscular steer in that respect. 2 steers that are a little close. I use the young lady steer simply because he has a little more muscle. He's one of the lighter steers in here, but proportionally is a nice made steer. Compared to some of the other lighter steers that ended up down in the class, this steer has some rib shape and dimension to him. The gentleman steer in here that's getting his ribbon is one that's a little flatter. He just needs a little more shape and muscle behind. And then the next steers that come in class, this young lady steer here has some muscle shape. He's just a little bare handling steer. As you watch him walk out, he's a little fuller about his hock. He has a little swelling on his hock. And then the 2 steers that round off the class, you'd like to see them just come with a little more design, especially as you study them out of their hip, be a little square, and it'll be a little more finished. But this is an exceptional set of Angus steers from top to bottom.
So that brings us to the end of Group 2, Black Angus steers. Coming in first, Cohen Dalrymple. Second, Brexton Ostrand. Third, Taryn Blakeman. Fourth, Shaylee Coleman. Fifth, Kason Christensen to round out your top 5. We head to the third and final group of Black Angus steers as they head in. We'll read off their names. Blake Bodorf, Camden Coleman, Carly Bartok, Peyton Daly, Burke Blakeman, Colt Christensen, Jack Bartok, Judd Sterner, Heston Scott, and Ashton Bemerwald. Watermelon feed officially underway if you want to go and check that out if you're on the fairgrounds. Again, we started this morning with 4-H beef showmanship, followed by, right now, market beef classes. The 4-H rabbit show started this morning, followed by the FFA rabbit show and 4-H poultry, as well as the FFA poultry show, the pigeon show, for both 4-H and FFA. Yet to come today, FFA beef showmanship, breeding heifer, and market beef. We're running a little bit behind schedule. That was scheduled to start at 3, so I'm guessing we're going to roll straight into that as quickly as they can. And those FFA events will ramp up the day. FFA beef showmanship, breeding heifer, and market beef. Again, they were scheduled to start at 3. We're running a little bit behind. This is our third and final group of Black Angus steers for the 4-H side of things. Then we have to determine a champion and a reserve. Then we've got 3 groups of bred and fed. Shorthorn steers. And then overall. And then champion and reserve rate of gain champion. And then the market beef division club group of 5 market beef. So we're running significantly behind schedule at the moment. And if anybody is watching that is here and wants to grab me a slice of watermelon, I would not turn it down. I appreciate it in advance. I see Bobby's comment on Facebook. I can check the end result stream here and verify sound. But I do see that we have sound going into both instruments that take sound on our end. So should have sound just fine, but let me check just to make sure. Yeah, have sound. Maybe if there was a problem, that sounds like it has been solved, but I didn't see us lose audio at any point, so Bobby hopefully, well, obviously can't hear us, so maybe I'll try to type back a reply to Bobby. And thank you, Patsy, for letting us know that you have sound. Again, this is our third and final group of Black Angus steers. Blake Bodorf, Camden Coleman, Carly Bartok, Peyton Daly, Burke Blakeman, Colt Christensen, Jack Bartok, Judd Sterner, Heston Scott, Ashton Bemerwald, all out there right now. Judge taking a close look at everybody's entries. And we'll get a couple out of this group to move forward and compete for champion and reserve champion Black Angus steer. Okay, funny kind of update. The power of just bringing something up on the live stream. I have been brought watermelon. Sherry, your daughter, is a sweetheart for doing so. Thank you very much. It's the first year I've tried that, and I'm 1 for 1 on it working out. The other couple of years, I just watched everybody enjoy their watermelon from up here behind the camera. Couldn't get down to get some of my own, and now I get to enjoy some of it. So very thankful for that. Thanks. So still out there, Blake Bodorf, Burke Blakeman, Judd Sterner, Heston Scott, and Ashton Bemerwald. All of the others have been pulled up to the north side of the show ring. Judd Sterner being pulled up there. That leaves the others that I mentioned to you. Ashton Bemerwald being called up there, as is Blake Bodorf and Burke Blakeman. I believe that means Judd Sterner is going to be first and Heston Scott second. Let's listen in as the judge turns on his mic.
two exceptional steers here for me. Just a steer that looks a lot like her class winner in the second class. Just a nice made, complete individual that comes together quite well. For me, over the steer that's in second, he's just a lot better up through his front end. His ties a lot higher in his neck shoulder junction. He gets out and moves. He travels well. He's clean through his chest floor, but yet he has an ample amount of muscle on him and very good turn and shape to his top. A nice individual here to win your heavyweight class. The second place steer is just pretty much a stout meat wagon. You have to appreciate him really from the right here from the midsection back. He gets a little boulder up through his front. He's got a little fat along his loin edge. You can see that up in his brisket. I just like to see him be made a little cleaner up through his front end, and just to take a little fat off of him would help. The gentleman's steer that comes up in third is a little narrower based. I'd like to see him come with a little more width. This steer is a nice muscular made steer that has some shape up through his shoulder, out of his hip. He's a steer that's just a little coarser as you get him on the move, a steer that I'd like to probably see just handle his hawk, sit down in his pasture, and just a notch better. He's one of the lighter steers in here, but pound for pound, he holds his own against some of the other steers. He's just a better design steer than the steer that comes up next, who also is just a little rounder about his shoulder. He's a little lower in his pin set, but he does have more muscle than the next two steers that come up. The gentleman's steer here is a nice bodied, volume type of capacious steer. He is a steer that if you compare him to those other steers ahead of him, is pretty close on muscle when you get behind him, but over the top of his shoulders down to his loin edge could have a little more muscle shape. This gentleman's steer here is all this gentleman's steer is much the same as some of those other steers. You just like to see him come with a little more muscle shape out of his top. A little shallower bodied steer here that needs more capacity. And the young lady's steer that comes up next, you can see his rib shape is just a little shallower, a little tighter rib. Nice straight line type of steer, just not the dimension you'd like to see him for a steer that you'd like to see a little more carcass in, and the steer that rounds off the class. Just a little bare handling steer that you'd like to see have a little more finish on him.
So Judd and Heston kind of got switched around on me there. So actually the opposite of what I said is what we're going to have for first and second purple. Heston Scott with first and Judd Sterner second. Of course, that unofficial right now until we hear over the loudspeaker. So that's going to bring in the tops of each of those groups so that they can all be shown together, and we'll determine a champion and reserve champion Black Angus steer. So for that, we're going to have Rayleigh Bachman, Brexton Ostrand came in there second. Heston Scott in there third, and then Macklin Eberly coming in as well. Coming in second to last was Cohen Dalrymple. And then entering the arena to round things out, I believe that was Judd Sterner. And it was. So the only thing that's tripping me up right now is the young man Dalrymple was first out of his group, but he's in here in the fifth position at the moment. So I think the judge hopefully will figure that out. But what we've seen so far is that he has the top from each of the groups as the first three and then judges them from there. So we'll see how everything shakes out here with this order going on.
Sponsored by Seabird Angus, top 5 months. Was sponsored by Custer County Angus Breeders, Wales Angus, Rod Leather Family, Austrian Angus, Portland Union Austrian Family,
Thank you for dropping into the chat, Patsy. Appreciate your kind words. I learn a little bit more each year on an individual basis, speaking on that basis.
Well, an exceptional Angus division that you've had out here. There's been some very, very good steers. The quality has been very deep as you've evaluated, and there's been some subtle differences that have placed them. The lightweight steers was good, but when you really got to some of them, you wish they just need a little more time on feed. But a nice steer, very nice steer to win your lightweight class. He's got some rib and volume and portionality to him. We got some really good steers in some deep classes in the second and third classes. And these two individuals that these young gentlemen have show that in here. They're very similar in their body type and kind. You can see they balance well. They're good on their feet and legs. They're really not too coarse in their joints. They're steers that balance up from a standpoint of if you just cut them down the middle or you ride from the tail head down to their chest floor. Everything fits together quite well, and they do that in a nice package. The steer out of the second class, you have to appreciate his muscle shape and expression. The heavyweight steer, you just have to really appreciate what he has to offer for his trimness and cleanness of muscle, the amount of total carcass merit that he has in him. He may be not as clean and neat about his skeletal makeup and just his show steer presence as the steer that's ahead of him. And he probably, as you get your hands on him, gives up just a tick amount of muscle. So with that, I'm going to use the steer out of the middleweight class for your champion Angus steer. So congratulations to that gentleman. So that'll bring up this gentleman's steer. We're just going to bring him up. You can walk him up in line. And he's a steer that I commented in class that I like a tremendous amount for his body, his width, his dimension. Yeah, just pull him right up there into that second hole. His body width, his dimension. He's a steer, if you remember, I said just opens up a little bit up in his shoulder, but I really appreciated him for his body in that width. I'm going to just take a little quick look at him as they both stand here. I think a close decision, and I'll let you know here.
Okay, so with Brexton Ostrand coming, he must have been first purple. This judge has a different style than the judge last year of how he leads them out of each group, indicating who is first and second. It throws me off. So I'm going to guess that since Brexton Ostrand was the champion, that Cohen Dalrymple was second in that group, and that's why he brought him up here to be judged for a chance at reserve.
Steers, I think there's just a little smoother handle, smoother finish on the gentleman's steer that comes up for a second. He'll be your reserve champion, Angus. Congratulations.
Okay. So Cohen Dalrymple is going to be your reserve champion. And he and Brexton Ostrand, who had the champion, both came out of the same group. Okay, so that brings us to bred and fed steers. 1,052 to 1,298 is this first group. 3 groups of bred and fed steers before we can choose a champion and a reserve champion. Again, scheduled to start at 3 p.m. was the FFA Beef Show. We are running over time, but obviously that is what is next on the schedule. Competing here in this bred and fed steers Group 1, Cordell Kristen, Kyler Tate, Clayton Barker, Brennan Barron, Hudson Vara, and Mace Barron. All coming in now. Happy to see that a majority of you are watching on YouTube. That offers the best quality viewing experience. YouTube also allows us to stream for a longer amount of time. Facebook, however, has an 8-hour maximum limit. So at the next, we're within a half hour of reaching 8 hours of streaming already today straight. So once we reach that, the next available point that we have a good breaking point, I should have done it after Black Angus steers. I didn't notice how long we'd been streaming though. But I'll find a good break time maybe after this group, end this stream, and then allow everything to reset and start a part 2 stream. So all you need to do is go back to the Sandhills Express YouTube or Facebook page right where you're watching right now and access that part 2 stream. If you're watching on Facebook, if we go over 8 hours, the stream will just all of a sudden disconnect. And in order to avoid that, I just want to let you know that I will disconnect it, but I'll remind you again before I do so, and we'll fire up another stream to bring the rest of the goings-on of today your direction. Of course, we've still got some of the the 4-H beef show to go, and we've got the FFA beef show in its entirety to happen yet today, so definitely are not going to get that done in the next 25 minutes. So we'll start a second stream soon. Clayton Barker being pulled up in 6th. Excuse me, in 5th. Cordell Christian was in 6th. Hudson Vara in 4th. Oh, another young man he gestured to that I didn't catch was sent up there. We'll hear from the judge on these two that remain.
We'll start with the roan steer here. Nice individual as you study him. Very complete in his makeup and design. A steer that has an ample amount of shape and muscle out of his hip and through his quarter than some of the other steers. I think the other big advantage he has is just a nice steer with plenty of rib and has a nice amount of capacity to him. He's just got more shape to his forerib than the steer that comes up in 2nd. That's just a little flatter rib, but this steer is more market ready than the gentleman's black steer that comes up here in 3rd. He's just a little flatter ribbed and a little narrow skeleton made steer, not near the width and dimension that you see in the other steers. The white steer, the British Park cross steer, is one that you have to appreciate for his rib and his volume. He's a nice made steer. He just needs a little more finish on him to move up past some of those other steers in the class, but a nice steer for this individual. And then we round off with 2 steers in this class that are a little shallower rib, not as market ready as some of the other steers that we have had in the class.
Okay, so congratulations to those competitors. We'll wait for the official word on who was who there. Had a couple turned around. That brings our next group of bred and fed steers: James Barron, Emerson Palmer, Ruby Slocum, Kagan Watoon, Emma Larson, Blake Slocum, Lucy Peterson, Dagan Dalby, and Delaney Wyman. Coming in on your screen right now. Again, this is group 2 of 3 of bred and fed steers. Shorthorn steers up next for the 4-H side of things. Again, it's as bright and sunny out as it has been all day, and that building across the way is not getting any less white. So extremely hard to see them when they're on that north side of the arena. Apologize for that. I've got as much adjustment thrown at everything as I possibly can. Thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Right now, land is moving at a high rate of speed, so if you're considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact John Farley with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out lashleyland.com.
Bred and fed steers. First purple went to Mace Barron. Second purple went to Brennan Barron. Third purple went to Hudson Vera. First blue went to Kyler Tate. Second blue went to Clayton Barker. Third blue went to Cordell Kristen.
Okay, so as you heard there, first two purples went to Mace Barron and then Brennan Barron. Again in this group, James Barron, Emerson Palmer, Ruby Slocum, Kagan Wattoon, Emma Larson, Blake Slocum, Lucy Peterson, Dagan Dalby, and Delaney Wyman. Third group will be after this with Quinley Wyman, McKenna Wyman, Braxton Reinierson, Remy Dexter, Kate Barron, Traven Larson, Quinn Rosentrader, and Cash Gracie. Again, due to time constraints put in effect by Facebook, we are allowed a maximum of 8 hours of streaming before we are forced to restart a new stream. So, at the end of this group, I will end the stream. We'll give it a little bit of time for things to reset. Otherwise, it counts them as the same stream. So, we'll let things reset, and then we will start our stream back up with Group 3 of bred and fed steers. Right now, you're looking at Group 2 of bred and fed steers. Emerson Palmer in 9th, Ruby Slocum in 8th. Emma Larson in 7th. James Barron in 6th. On the south side of the ring, let's see here, Blake Slocum in 6th place. That leaves Kagan Wattoon, Lucy Peterson, Dagan Dalby, and Delaney Wyman. Lucy Peterson in 5th, Dagan Dalby in 4th. Coming in 2nd, Delaney Wyman.
We'll start with the red steer here, and not one of the heavier steers in the class, probably not one of the fatter steers, but a steer that becomes one of the combination steers in his skeletal correctness. I mean, if you just watch him walk out, you can see his front feet sets down where they need to, his rear one follows. He does that in a very square and true pattern, and then as a steer that balances up quite well. He's not expressively muscled. I mean, to some of these other steers, he holds his own. He just is really complete in his design and ample in his condition. He's more structurally correct than the young lady steer that comes up in 2nd. You can see he's a little straighter off his front end. I thought this steer had a little more finish and ideal cover and muscle down his top than the steer that's in 3rd, who is a steer that's got some finish on him, but just is a steer that gets a little flatter in his quarter. He's probably more ideally finished than the red Baldy that comes up next, which is a real capacious individual. I'd like to clean him up just through his front end a little bit, but a nice steer from a standpoint of his capacity and body, and a nice finished steer as well. The Baldy steer that comes up next is a little weaker top. I think he's got a lot of carcass merit in him as you study him. He's good in his muscle shape down his top, particularly got behind him. Just a steer that doesn't balance up as quite as well as some of those other steers ahead of him. Then close between the next 2 steers, I thought the roan steer just had a notch more straightness and correctness. The lines down his top and out of his hip than the young lady's steer that comes up next. There's just a little wastier up through his front end, a little flatter in his quarter. And then we got 2 steers that round off the class with that just need a little more dimension and shape through their rib. They need a little more condition on them to probably hold their own against some of these other steers that are a little more market ready.
Okay, top 2 in that group, Kagan Wattoon and then Delaney Wyman. As we were talking before, I'm going to end this stream, give it a break to reset since we are approaching 8 hours straight on Facebook. And we don't want this stream to end abruptly without you having a warning, so we're going to end it now. Just look for the new stream to start up, which will be titled 2024 Custer County Fair Day 2, Part 2. We'll talk to you there at that stream.